The same thing may happen today.
Okie dokie.
There were a whole lot of men in blue suits yesterday in this room.
Yeah, I saw that movie, Men in Blue. That was a good movie.
Yeah,
Where they erase your memory, right?
I forgot that was part of it, but yes.
Well, that's really ironic that you forgot that part. I'm not gonna, there's a whole thing going on there. Good morning,
That would be
Mr.
a
Parks.
nifty gadget to have.
Well, you don't have one? Yes.
Selectively.
Hi, Anna. I think I got a message already that said we were online. Are we on? Okay, I know Anna is there. There's Mr. Marks' boss. Right, Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I am almost awake, which is good. We've got a few minutes to wait for other people and talk about nothing important, nothing substantive.
Mr. Lennon, you've been in private practice, correct?
About 30 years or something like that.
Oh, that's what happened to your.
What happened to me?
No, I said that's what happened to your hair.
You know about that, huh?
Oh, yeah. But so, you think, your own law practice, you're working for yourself, but it turns out you have 50 bosses.
50 bosses and
Whatever
constantly
your plans,
chasing rain, as they say,
Yeah.
making rain and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I know that, well, I won't tell I used to call it the dancing bear. I used to dance on the trial table for my client. I tried a lot of cases. I tried a lot of cases, a lot of jury trials and stuff like that, mostly on almost all on the East Coast. So
in New York at all?
No, Baltimore and Washington area.
Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be interesting. Again, New York is the practice of law is a little different in New York, from what I can tell. I did a case pro se there once, and they don't use everybody else's procedural rules.
Neither does New Mexico.
Oh, well, we say we do.
Well, I have some red books back here that reminded me what they are. And sometimes I have to open them up. So, yeah, I'm glad that you're in a good mood today, and so am I. I just realized that I left my personal phone at home, so my wife usually sends me a text to tell me she made it to work. I'm not going to get a text. Hi, Mr. McMillan. How are you today? Okay.
Very well, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Speaking of my wife, she's a pharmacist, and she has a computer, and she sometimes keeps our YouTube feed, or whatever you call it, our thing, up in a little corner of her box to make sure you guys haven't beat me up too much and I haven't lost any more hair. If you saw a photograph, you know what happened to me, actually. Now that you've asked, you opened the door there again using that analogy, or I looked like I was 30 years old until I was 50. And by the time I was 51, I looked like I was 65. And I don't know what happened there. Actually, I do. But yeah, who are we waiting for? Do we, we better check my list. Mr. Bagatka, we're waiting for him. Miss Lynch, we're waiting for her. What I really enjoy most about this job is hanging out with the lawyers and be able to talk, as colleagues. I know I've been in your seat, so to speak, and I know there's a certain, how do we call it, a filter that has to be maintained, especially on the record. And somewhat, we're on YouTube right now, of course, so it's a public, this is already public. Mr. Lee, did you sleep okay? I could read your lips.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody here speak sign language? No? It's very useful for these types of things.
Yeah,
I used to know some of it. I still know some. I used to know a bit. What was that noise? That's a really cool noise.
that's my phone.
Okay, there's John, Mr. Bogatko checking in, the man with all the good questions. Hey, Mr. Bogatko, how are you this morning?
All right, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. Is there anyone else? There's Miss Lynch. I think we're almost ready to go. And we got like a minute to spare. Perfect. And is Mr. Goodenough hasn't come out yet because we got two lawyers with us.
Your Honor, when you're ready to talk, we wanted to update you on kind of procedural matters.
You guys are working into the night? Amazing.
Always, with when you ask, we try to be responsive.
Were you billing into the night, may I ask?
We're always working hard.
You're welcome.
Yes. And I was going to say it's not work, it's fun.
Well, really profound, you know, if it stops being fun, you need to kind of find a new job because it's really hard to go to work when it's not fun. When you enjoy your work, you never work a day in your life. Is that how the saying goes? Something like that.
That's why when I leave here at 5, I go over and work at my bar.
Okay. Where is this establishment I should perhaps frequent?
It's just 3 blocks from my law office. Very, very convenient.
Stumbling range. I get it. Well, I know this is all nice. And of course, we are on YouTube, so the public can see behind the veil a little bit because on the record, you know, it's all recorded forever and perhaps on YouTube as well. Mr. McMillan, I'm going to ask you to blink every once in a while, so I know you're okay. All right. We got a smile out of Miss Lynch. That's good. Okay, we have a new lawyer to introduce today. All right, so would you let Mr. Santos, I'm sorry, your name just flew out of my head. Do you want to inform me of these late night developments off the record or on the record?
You can do either or both, whichever you like. Two basic developments, Your Honor.
Judge,
Let me
Ms.
start.
Coleman hasn't signed on yet.
Miss who?
Coleman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Doesn't she have a co-counsel? Mr. McMillan, you her co-counsel?
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe she is otherwise occupied this morning.
Okay, Mr. Lee, really appreciate the heads up. As long as I've got at least one lawyer from each party or the party themselves, if they're not a corporate entity, I'm good to go. At least I feel confident and safe to go. So I'm going to go with just Mr. McMillan. So Mr. Santos, please, what were you about to say?
Sure. I'll start with an exhibit issue first. Yesterday, we had a discussion over Sierra Club number 9 and
Yep.
whether or not it needed to stay confidential. We've taken a hard look at that document, and given its age, we feel like we can remove the confidentiality on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure whether or not Mr. Marks asked for its admission. We don't have an objection to its admission, and the document is no longer confidential from SPS's perspective.
Well, before we move to number 2, thank you. As I recall, it was moved for admission and I denied the motion. So we would have to keep the record straight, move to admit. And because that was my only issue with it, we would grant that motion and admit it into the record. I'm not sure the best, when the best time to do that, Mr. Marks hasn't put on his witnesses yet. If he could raise it in his case would probably be the best way. What do you think, Mr. Marks?
My memory's not that good. I prefer if I could do it when we go on the record today, because I might forget by tomorrow.
That's why I keep paper.
I do
Um,
too.
You know what, we can do that, but typically, well, if it's a stipulated admission, fine. Typically, you have some type of foundation, typically the person that prepared the document. But if it's a stipulated admission, like there's, you guys agree to admit it, or joint admission, I don't really even need the foundation, so to speak.
We could also, Mr. Smith, you're planning to discuss that with Mr. Elsie?
I can bring it up with him. I think he sponsored the discovery
Yeah,
response
so
anyway.
that would actually be the best way then. So I think Mr. Grant gave some foundation, but Mr. Smith can establish a little bit of foundation, and he'll make the motion to admit it. And sounds
He's
like
got a better memory than you do, or bigger.
yes, he does.
Okay. Well, he's the boss. There's some lines that resonate.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Santos, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you go to the next thing you wanted to talk about?
Sure. We just kind of wanted to circle back with you on kind of the agreed procedural request that Sierra SPS had filed. We had a call with Mr. Marks this morning, and we continue to think that our request is reasonable, and want to make sure that you are okay with our plan of attack in this hearing. I think what we're set up for today, if we follow the schedule, is to finish with SPS's 3 witnesses on their direct and rebuttal. And then we would move tomorrow to start with Ms. Glick, followed by Mr. Sidler, followed by live rebuttal of Mr. Elsie.
You're asking because I didn't actually rule on that third controversial issue about pre-filed testimony. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. And, Your Honor, we did go back and take a look at the rules in terms of pre-filed testimony, and we feel like the evidentiary rules clearly allow for live testimony if allowed by the presiding officer, and that's, of course, 12235K.
Right.
And this is clearly rebuttal evidence that the Sierra Club has agreed is reasonable and no party objects to. So we feel like the commission's rules and practice certainly allow for it, especially where the parties have agreed to it. And we feel like it's really furthering due process in this case. And then it also allows us to meet the timelines in the case. So we did want to circle back on that and see how you were feeling on it.
Well, the way I'm feeling on it is direct testimony is in writing and pre-filed, but this is not direct testimony. Is that your position?
This is rebuttal. This is proper rebuttal to the errata testimony that we received to Ms. Glick.
Live rebuttal rather than written filed rebuttal, right?
That's correct.
Well,
That's
let's
correct.
see if anybody else has an issue with it. I'll go with the employee, Mr. Marks. Do you have a position?
Yes, Sierra Club supports this. We think it makes a better record, and will prevent any issues that could lead to an appeal on this particular matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marks. I'll skip over Mr. Smith with respectfully. And Mr. McMillan, do you have any position on it?
OPL does not oppose, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Miss Lynch, do you oppose?
I don't oppose. I support this approach.
Okay. And Mr. Bogatko, live testimony from Mr. Elsie in rebuttal?
It's acceptable to staff. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm pretty much covered then. You guys already know that I try to avoid any grounds for appeal because I used to do that stuff. And if everyone consents more or less, or commits that they will not oppose, it's in. So yes, to answer your question, I'll prove it. We could go and place that on the record. I think it'd be pretty wise to just at the beginning to say a sentence or so about it, and that we had discussed it before we went on the record. Mr. Santos, would you like to dictate that into the record?
We are not.
Whatever your preference.
We are not on the record yet.
I know we're not on the record yet. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I think it's about time that we go on the record, though. Yesterday, we had a really long pre-hearing conference. We'll keep it nice and 10-minute-y today, and maybe we'll get out before lunch, as someone actually mentioned yesterday. I didn't really believe it, but we'll see. Could happen. Depends on when lunch is. If lunch is at 2 o'clock, it's easier to get out before lunch. Okie dokie. Anybody have anything else we need to discuss before we go on the record? No. Mr. Lee, back on the record, please. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Lennon. I am a hearing examiner for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. It is now approximately 9:10 a.m. on February 16th, 2022. This is the second day of the hearing in the case of 21-00200 UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application to amend its certificates of public convenience and necessity to convert Harrington Generation Station from coal to natural gas, and for authorization to accrue allowance for funds used in construction and for other associated relief. That's why we're here. That's why we were here all day yesterday till I think about 5:30. And I understand council had worked beyond that into the evening. Right before we came on the record, we had a relatively short informal pre-hearing conference. By the way, we had been on YouTube streaming during that pre-hearing conference, but not in the transcribed record. There were two matters that were brought to my attention that were discussed during yesterday's hearing, and that was concerning the confidentiality of Sierra Club Exhibit number 9, which was moved for admission. However, admission was denied because of confidentiality issues. I understand that during Sierra Club's case today, they're going to move again for admission, and I'm very likely, as I indicated, to allow the admission because the reason admission was denied yesterday has now been extinguished. SPS has removed the confidentiality requirement or removed it from the confidential documents, and thus the reason it was denied, the admission was denied yesterday, no longer exists. However, we'll get to that when we get to that. And there was a second matter, and I understand it's regarding the pleading, which was filed the day before the hearing, and that pleading was an agreed request regarding the order of presentation and receipt of evidence. Actually, it was a bit more than that. And one of the things which I had not agreed to yesterday, I had not accepted the agreement of the parties, was that there be live testimony from one of the witnesses, Mr. Elsey. And there's been discussion before we went on the record. And I believe Mr. Santos, I've asked Mr. Santos to dictate into the record our agreement. Mr. Santos, would you please do so?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the hearings presentation on Thursday, it's the parties' agreement that the Thursday presentation will start with the direct testimony of Ms. Debbie Glick, followed by commission staff witness, Mr. Jack Sidler, followed by live rebuttal testimony presented by Mr. Ben Elsey, which will be in response to errata that was filed by the Sierra Club last Friday, Saturday, and Monday of this week. As you stated, Your Honor, the parties have agreed to this, and no party opposes this particular presentation of evidence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Santos. You said that better than I could have, so I sincerely appreciate it. Okay, we had completed the examination and cross-examination of Mr. West, I believe, and SPS was ready to call their next witness, which would be John Goodenough. Is that correct, Counselor? You know, we better, we've got a new lawyer here, so we better at least identify who we are for the record and mention who we represent. Let's start with the new lawyer from SPS. Tell us about yourself.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kate Norman for SPS.
Thank you, Ms. Norman, and of course, Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks, we can't hear you.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I was,
Then it's just perfect then. Who do you represent, Mr. Marks, for the record?
I'm here today with Sierra Club and joined by Mr. Smith for Sierra Club.
Thank you. I'll bypass Mr. Smith. Mr. McMillan, identify yourself and your client.
Michael McMillan for OPL.
Miss Lynch, please.
Kara Lynch, attorney for, or representing Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy.
And Mr. Bagatko, your client, please.
John Bagatko for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Utility Division staff.
Thank you. And you guys realize I'm just trying to keep the record clean and straight, and someone could pick up a copy of day number 2 before they read day number 1. I will mention for the record, there still is one other party. Party is still party, and that's a large customer group. They were represented by Mr. Stoffel, and he has been excused from appearing on behalf of his client for this hearing. Anyhow, I think we're ready to, unless I'm wrong, we're going to call Mr. Goodenough. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
Okay, let's have him sworn in. Mr. Lee, would you please swear him in?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Your witness, counselor.
Thank you. If you could just state your name for the record, please.
My name is John Goodenough.
And what is your title and your employer?
I am the manager of energy forecasting for Excel Energy Services.
Okay. You have in front of you what's been pre-marked as SPS Exhibit 12. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
It is my direct testimony in this case.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you these same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
SPS offers exhibit number 12.
Hold on, you talk faster than I write. Give me just a minute here. Okay. I want to have it in my hands. It's about 18 pages with a verification on the 19th page, right? Okay, let's go around and see if there's any objection to the admission of this direct testimony. Mr.
No
Marks?
objection.
No objection from Sierra Club, and thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. McMillan, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lynch
No, sir.
and Mr. Bagatko.
No objection.
Well, that makes it so easy. There being no objection, SPS Exhibit number 12, the direct testimony of John M. Goodenough on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company is thereby admitted, and it's part of the record, will be considered as evidence. Are we ready for cross-examination, Ms. Norman? Okay.
We are. We tend to.
All right. Well, let's go. Will it be Mr. Marks or Mr. Smith on behalf of Sierra Club?
It will be neither. We have no cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. And Mr. McMillan, it's not that I always ask them first, but they seem to file the most paper in the case. So, I just kind of makes sense that way. Mr. McMillan, any cross-examination?
No cross-examination for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Lynch, any cross-examination?
At this point, I just reserve the right to the 5 minutes that I had if they need to be used.
Let me go to Mr. Bagatko, and we'll kind of come back to you. Mr. Bagatko, do you intend to cross this witness?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, no cross-examination necessary for Mr. Goodenough, but thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to Ms. Lynch. Ms. Lynch,
Apologies, I misspoke. I had not reserved any time for Mr. Goodenough.
yeah, I usually don't do the reserve time thing. I know some hearing examiners do that. It's just the way I do things. I've actually, well, I had a case, I reversed a case based on arbitrary and capricious time limits, and thus thenceforward, I do not impose time limits lest they be considered or claimed to be arbitrary and capricious. So when you threw that 5 minutes, it really made me think for a minute whether I'd done that in this case. So anyhow, moving along, there is no cross-examination to Mr. Goodenough. We've admitted his evidence. There will be no redirect, there being no cross-examination. Does any other party intend to call Mr. Goodenough as a witness? Okay, I saw heads waving no, and I didn't hear anything, so that sounds, there's no positive response there. As far as I'm concerned, we can release Mr. Goodenough from the hearing. Okay, Mr. Goodenough, thank you. You've slaved through this quite easily, and I want to congratulate you on that. So you're released for the day. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much for being here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's move to, we're moving along much quicker today than we did yesterday. Pardon me. Yes, ma'am. Who's that?
Just gonna say, Your Honor, it's Kate Norman for the company for SPS, and we call Dean Kujak to the witness stand.
I was wondering how you pronounce that. Kujak. Okay, thank you. Let's have Mr. Kujak sworn in, please, Mr. Lee.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
You're a witness, counselor.
Good morning. Could you please state your name?
Yes, Dean Kujak.
And can you identify your title and your employer?
I'm a principal at Charles River Associates.
Okay, and you have in
All right,
front of you,
Charles River and Associates.
Charles River Associates.
Thank you.
and Mr. Kujak, you have in front of you what's been pre-marked as SPS Exhibit 11. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And what is this?
this is my direct testimony.
Okay, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No,
If I were to ask you these same questions today, would your answers be the same?
yes,
SPS offers exhibit number 11.
Okay, let's see if there's any objection. We might make this one easy too. Mr. Marks, any objection to number 11?
No objection.
And thank you, Mr. Josh. I'll let Mr. Marks speak for Sierra Club. Ms. Lynch, any objection?
No, sir.
Mr. Bacatko
No objection.
and Mr. McMillan?
No objection.
Thank you. There being no objection, SPS, the document marked as SPS number 11 is the direct testimony of Dean Kujak is thereby admitted into record. It's now evidence and will be considered in the case. Let me write something down here for a second. Okay. Let's move. Is he ready for cross-examination, Ms. Norman?
Yes, Your Honor. We tender the witness.
Thank you, sir. So thank you, ma'am. Mr. Marks, will you cross this gentleman?
It will be Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Please proceed.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Joshua Smith for Sierra Club. Good morning, Mr. Kujak. My name is Joshua Smith. I have a few questions just to sort of establish some background and some foundational facts. Some of this is in your direct testimony, but we'll just go over to, again, establish those background facts. You are a consultant with Guidehouse, is that correct?
at the time I performed the services, I was a consultant at Guidehouse. I left I completed the services, the scope of services here mentioned in my testimony. I left Guidehouse at the end of September of 2021 and joined Charles River Associates at that time.
Okay. But you were, I guess, the principal author or oversaw the report that's captioned Independent Evaluators Report on Southwestern Public Service Company's Analysis of the Harrington Options. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's the attachment that is, I believe, attachment DDK1 to your direct testimony. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And so if I just refer to that as the Guidehouse Report or the Harrington Report, you'll understand what I'm referring to.
Yes.
And that analysis relates to two broad issues, just again, broadly speaking, two broad issues. SPS's solicitation of a request for information that would subsequently inform the analysis that the company put together for exploring alternatives for the Harrington station. Is that right?
You only mentioned one so far. So would that be the first?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I compacted those into a big one.
Okay.
So there's an RFI process that you oversaw and reviewed, number one. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you reviewed the subsequent analysis that SPS put together that had used the results from the RFI to inform potential options for Harrington. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the Guidehouse Report is dated, I believe, July 16, 2021. Is that right? Or 2020, rather. I apologize.
July 16th, 2021.
2021, that's it, okay. And just so I'm clear, you were retained in this role in about April 2021. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall exactly, but that sounds about right. Yes.
Okay. I do want to ask a few questions about this RFI process first. RFI meaning request for information, correct?
Yes.
And so this process was used to solicit bids for potential generation resources that could replace, initially to replace the Tulk power plant. Is that correct?
Yes, Tonk and other coal-fired resources.
Right, right. And I think in your direct testimony, you mentioned that as well as a scenario in which SPS evaluated the cessation of all of its coal burning units. Is that correct?
Yes, it's contemplated that that was one of the scenarios that would be evaluated coming out of the RFI.
And the scenario would be the cessation or the replacement or retirement of those resources by 2030. Was that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah. So in your direct testimony, you note that you've been involved with a number of requests for proposal processes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall providing your CV in this case or your resume in this case?
Yes, I do.
And there's an impressive list of requests for proposals that are on that list. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but it jumped out at me, and I thought maybe it'd be helpful to walk through this a little bit. If you can explain or help explain what the difference is between requests for proposal and requests for information.
Sure. Request for information seeks general information or availability of particular resources that could subsequently respond to a more formal request for proposals process. And so it's a more informal process, really seeking information to inform the utility's decision-making. A request for proposals process is a more formal process that at the end of which seeks to contract directly with units for the construction and operation of such units, either through an ownership arrangement or PPA or other contractual arrangement. So that is a more formal process that, subject to more rules that must be followed according to this.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry to interject, but I understand it may be a little hard to hear Mr. Kujak, so I wondered if I could ask him to scoot a little closer to the microphone. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Smith and Hearings Examiner Land.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't having a problem, but thank you. I appreciate that. And so it sounds like it's fair then to say that a request for proposal, an RFP, is a more concrete process. Let me rephrase that. If you're looking for a more firm or concrete resource availability and you want to procure that resource, the RFP is what you would generally use. Is that right?
If you have a determined requirement, then you would use, if you're going to be contracting for a resource, and and that is a certainty, then you would use an RFP process if you are sure that would be appropriate at that time.
Okay. And so just to be clear, if you, the utility, believe you have a need for a 340 megawatt resource, let's say, and you need a firm commitment to that by a certain period of time, you would engage in an RFP process rather than just simply an RFI. Is that right?
No, not necessarily. Prior to any replacement of a unit, typically utilities undertake a more formal analysis, either through an integrated resource plan that identifies the need, or if there is a special circumstance, as part of prudent utility practice, you have to conduct a more formal analysis prior to issuing the RFP. RFPs need a solid foundation before going out to the market, because you'll represent to the market that you're serious in selecting a unit, and absent actually performing the analysis that shows this is the right path, in terms of, ultimately contracting with the unit, then, RFPs aren't intended for discovery purposes. It's really, you have to have a clear plan when you're going out with an RFP.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the RFI in this particular case. If you could pull Sierra Club Exhibit 14, do you have that at your fingertips?
I have Exhibit 14 in front of me.
Okay. And if you could turn to page, it would be PDF page for the hearing examiner, PDF page 7. And for you, Mr. Kujak, you're going to have to just find your way to the first page of the request for information. It's about 7 pages in. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar? Do you know what this is?
Yes, this is the RFI.
This is the RFI that you reviewed as part of your report, correct?
That's correct.
Does it look like a true and complete copy of the RFI?
Yes.
Hearing examiner Lennon, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence, and I recognize that based on our discussions yesterday, you may not want those introductory pages. Those were included as a way of identifying where the exhibit itself came from, that is through discovery. So if you don't want to include those pages, I can reformat the exhibit and resubmit it, but yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you for your consideration of that issue. When I see something that comes in, looks like a pleading, my first presumption is that it is a pleading, but just give me a minute to look at it, and just if you would all just bear with me for just a moment.
Your Honor, I have just a brief response after you get finished orienting yourself.
It actually looks like it's already been parsed a bit, as in the exhibit attached to that pleading there's other things referred to in the pleading part beyond that RFI. Am I missing that? Am I mistaking there, Mr. Smith? I'm just trying to understand this document before we even go any further. Exhibits attached and has up to a page 85. And mine definitely does not go up to a page 85. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Let's see.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe there were additional, so this is backing up just a little bit here.
Yeah.
As we discussed yesterday, there are parallel proceedings involving this proposed CCN in both Texas and in New Mexico. This particular discovery response came from the Texas proceeding.
I see that.
Relates to the same testimony, the same proposal, the same RFI. I omitted the additional information that I think SPS provided in the Texas proceeding in response to the request. And I believe that additional information, although I don't have it at my fingertips, was really just, well, let's see, actually, let me restate that. Now it's coming back to me a little bit. In Texas, I believe that the standard practice is to provide these discovery responses in a single package that are all bait stamped sequentially. Mm-hmm. And that's why you see the references to the numbers at the bottom of the pages, mm-hmm. 0.085, et cetera. And so the other numbers would be the sequential responses to on the front page there, question number AXM 1-1, 1-2, and so forth.
So yeah, Mr. Smith, you correctly identify my issue when I'm first, look at this document. This is a very interstate proceeding today. We have people scattered about the country involved in this case. And, I first look at the caption of the document before me. It doesn't look familiar. I try to figure out, is this from some other jurisdiction? The answer is affirmative, yes. And then I look at the body of it, and it's really easy for me to just go straight to the numbers on the right-hand side of this obvious list of interrogatories and responses, well, exhibits attached. And then I go further and I don't see all that stuff. So the problem I have with that, and I've always had this, when you see a document, you want to see the whole document to see if it has been what I call parsed. And it becomes more reliable if has not been parsed. So it's not that I won't admit something that's been parsed, but there has to be like some rational basis that's been parsed. And, if you're representing that really you just wanted to admit part of this document, which was the the request for information, that's fine. It does make me wonder why you didn't parse the pleading part of it and just submit the request for the RFI. But, you know, that's your call. You can do it as you like. But other parties might see it as well as somewhat less reliable if it's not a complete document. And, you know, my job is to assess the reliability of the document. And all of this goes to how much weight I attach to any exhibit. So with all that being said, that was a really roundabout way of explaining where I sit. Let's see if there's an objection to it. If there's none, you know, it's going to come in the way it comes in. You guys move around on my screen. So I'll go right to Miss Miss Norman. I'm so sorry. Please continue. Do you have any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just point to the fact that Mr. Elzey was the sponsor of this RFI in the Texas proceeding. So I don't know what questions Mr. Smith might have for Mr. Kujak as it relates to the contents of the RFI. So I just wanted to point out.
But are you saying that he should ask Mr. Elzey rather than Mr. Kujak? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. Similar to the conversation we had this morning and a couple times yesterday, it's just an issue of which witness is better prepared to offer the foundation and lay the predicate for submission.
Well, did the man sitting next to you prepare the RFI?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Offer the foundation and Ms. Norman, offer the foundation
and speak to the document itself.
Thank you. Go ahead, Judge.
Mr. Norman, I understand your objection. Did Mr. Kujak prepare the RFI, the 2020 request for information for generating resources?
No, Your Honor, that is a company document prepared by SPS.
I see. Okay. And I do see where the response was from Mr. Elzey, but it doesn't say that Mr. Elzey prepared the RFI. Did Mr. Elzey prepare the RFI, Counselor? Do you know?
I don't know specifically. I do know Mr. Elzey is very familiar with all of its details. And he'll be here after Mr. Kujak and can let us know.
Okay. I try not to correct how any member of the bar presents his case. So your objection is noted. Let's see if anybody else has any objection. Mr. Bagatka, you have a position?
I don't.
You don't? Okay.
No, I do not. I think this is to be entirely resolved between SPS and Sierra Club. I think there's probably some utility to having the witness who prepared it, who was intimately involved with it, lay the foundation. With that, though, in the past, I mean, if the Mr. Hearing Examiner is willing to extend some latitude, if Sierra Club feels they can't get the same answers out of this witness, I mean, I suppose it's possible you could reserve your judgment on admission, but to be fair, I think at least later on, having Mr. Elzey lay the foundation, if that's possible, would be appropriate, and we'd be amenable to that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McMillan, position?
OPL takes no position, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
I also don't take a position.
Okay, let me ask, so we got one objection. Mr. Smith, let me ask you a question and then you're welcome to respond as you like. Why don't you bring this up with Mr. Elzey when you cross him?
I do plan to bring it up with him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I'd like to add a little bit of context and detail here. I mean, a significant bit of Mr. Kujak's testimony revolves around his evaluation and review of this document. He just testified that he knows what this document is. He's reviewed it, that it's a complete and accurate copy of the RFI that he reviewed as part of putting together the report that he's attached as DDK-1.
Yeah, and Your Honor, if I could just interject along the lines of what Mr. Smith is commenting on, I was simply making the evidentiary objection on admitting the RFI through Mr. Kujak. Mr. Kujak is here to speak to it. It is within the scope of his direct testimony. So his whole role, in fact, was to look at the reasonableness of this process. The objection is simply an evidentiary one.
Okay, well, I going to overrule your objection and admit Sierra Club exhibit number 14 as it sits. So let me just note my records for that before I don't. Sierra Club exhibit number 40 on the proposed exhibit list. Let's see if it's identified correctly. It's identified as SPS response to AXM 1 through 18. So do you want to amend the name of this document, Mr. Smith, or do you think that's an appropriate identification of this document? It really
a more
only
precise-
responds
a more
to one question. It just responds to the document you're presenting for admission doesn't seem to respond to 1 through 18. It seems to respond only to, oh, I see it is. They did entitle it response to 1 through 1-18. Oh, it's 1-18, not 1 through 18. My mistake. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I get so close to the bark, it's hard to see the tree. I'm going to admit Sierra Club number 14. Thank you. And I'm sorry for going through such a extended process for something which should be much easier. Mr. Smith, I anticipate that you're going to ask this witness some questions based on this exhibit, right?
I plan to, yes. Thank you, hearing examiner.
I think this would be a good time. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, before we get to those questions, though, and I promise I will come back to those questions, I want to touch on one thing, Mr. Kujak, that you said right before we started down this rabbit hole. And it relates to, it goes back to this question about an RFI or an RFP. And do you recall we discussed, I asked you a hypothetical, if you had a 350 megawatt need, whether you would do an RFP or an RFI. Do you recall that line of discussion we had a couple minutes ago now?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that generally an RFP would come after a utility typically had identified a need through some kind of economic analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as just an economic analysis, a comprehensive analysis.
A comprehensive analysis. And you, as part of your report here, you're aware, correct, that part of what you were tasked to do was evaluate options for either retiring, replacing, or repowering Harrington Station because that unit cannot burn coal after the end of 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so that 2024 date, end of 2024 date, is a binding commitment by the utility in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so that's a pretty firm requirement, is it not?
That is a firm retirement date, yes.
And so I guess getting to your statement before, in terms of identifying a firm need that the company has, if a 1,050 megawatt power plant is not authorized to operate using a certain fuel after a certain date, that's a pretty firm identification of need, is it not?
It is a identified, it drives a need.
Yep.
I believe I'm answering your question.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And are you aware that that commitment was made prior to the issuance of this RFI?
Yes,
Are you aware of a economic analysis that SPS conducted in 2019 regarding replacement options for the Harrington station?
yes,
And are you aware that that economic analysis also indicated that under certain scenarios, replacing the units, one or more of the units would be economic?
yes. Repowering it to gas, I believe, was the conclusion of that report.
Was one of the options, is that right?
Yes, if I recall correctly, yes.
Okay. In any case, the point being, you're aware that the company has a binding obligation to cease burning coal, and that it had, at the time of this RFI, in fact, conducted an economic analysis evaluating options.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk a little bit about the RFI itself. I want to draw your attention to the general background section of the RFI, which would be, it's, you know, because the pagination at the top is a little difficult to read, at the bottom it's date stamped 087. Are you there?
yes,
And so the second to last bullet point there goes back over what we talked about at the outset of our conversation. And in particular, the last sentence. So it describes what the RFI is being issued for. This came out of SPS's rate case agreement in 2019, or the 2019 rate case, more precisely. And in particular, the last sentence, the Tolk analysis will also consider a scenario in which all coal burning units are retired or replaced before 2030. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And then in the last bullet, SPS indicates that it'll be evaluating multiple scenarios. And the minimum capacity need is going to be 500 megawatts in the summer of 2023. And the maximum would be 2,200 megawatts beginning in summer 2025. So you see that?
I do.
Now, simultaneously, right, I think you described this in your testimony, this RFI is being used to inform the analysis of the Harrington options. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Okay. And so if Harrington has a firm obligation to cease operation at the end of 2024, wouldn't you be more likely to obtain feasible bids if you had included that date in the RFI?
No, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the statement, the answer? It kind of cut out for me.
I'd say not necessarily. I don't see the RFI was designed with a date range and with a very low bar to participation. Developers within this zone typically seek an off-taker if they have a resource.
I'm sorry, typically seek an off-taker
Yes, that's correct. If
that
they,
has a resource?
if they have a resource or power project to offer, they would be highly incentivized in participating in any utility solicitation, including an RFI, such as this. From my experience, given the low bar for participation here in the RFI, I believe I would say almost all developers would have participated with the viable projects in this RFI
Okay.
under its.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you if you wanted to continue on.
No,
Okay. Thank you. But just stepping back, that's helpful for context for the bids that come in, but stepping back from the utility's perspective, if a utility has a binding obligation to cease burning coal at Harrington by the end of 2024, and it has conducted an economic analysis of various options, if that utility were serious about procuring replacement options for that resource, wouldn't it make sense to, pardon me, wouldn't it make sense to actually get bids for generation that could be operational by that date?
by which date?
By the end of 2024.
Given there's always, we always have to evaluate the context in a given situation. Here you have an existing resource that's available. So that is one option that may or may not be subject to an RFP process. And in so, you would have to evaluate whether that option or other options in the market are more feasible or economically advantageous prior to issuing a formal RFP to replace the unit.
Right.
Otherwise, the design of the RFP would not be clear for the market. One of the roles I have as an independent evaluator when you are issuing RFPs is to ensure that the RFP itself is well defined and clear. The purpose of a utility performing this kind of analysis is to really hone down on what it is seeking in order to address the market or issue when you're issuing an RFP, to make clear what it is that you're seeking from developers.
Okay. And I think you said and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said, I believe, the goal here is to determine what the feasible options are. And if you want to determine what the feasible options are for continuing to operate Harrington or replace it by the end of 2024, wouldn't it make sense to ask for bids that would be operational by the end of 2024?
The RFI did request indicative offers for bids by that timeframe.
That would have satisfied that would have replaced the capacity from a 1,050 megawatt power plant.
Yes, that's how the RFI was designed.
Can you point to me in this general background where that's indicative?
It isn't, it's in the same sentence you pointed out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
SPS will be evaluating multiple scenarios with various capacity replacement dates. And it goes on to say the minimum net capacity need is approximately 500 megawatts beginning of summer 2023. And the maximum net capacity need is approximately 2,200 megawatts beginning summer 2025.
Right.
This is specific to the TOPE, our situation. However, the RFI sought or mentioned that SPS was contemplating a replacement scenario for all of its coal-fired generation. And so, as I note in my testimony, the same bids coming into this RFP and the way this was designed covers all coal-fired generation.
Right.
In essence.
Right. And so let me just try this a different tack here. Getting bids that will be online to replace all coal generation by 2030 doesn't address the binding requirement to cease burning coal at the end of 2024, does it?
Can I direct you to the second page of the RFI? As I mentioned in my testimony, the RFI was intended to be as flexible as possible to see what COD, commercial operation date, COD dates are available in the market. And in order to do that, you'd have to gauge that availability through an RFI such as this one. The second bullet under qualifications and assumptions leaves that open. Expressions of interest should include a proposed commercial operation date if the submission is a future
I'm sorry,
resource.
expressions of interest should include?
Should include a proposed commercial operation date, and it includes COD in quotations. After that, if the submission is a future resource. As I just mentioned on the previous page, the need was indicated between 2023 and 2025. And so doing responses are left to the market to propose what are viable COD dates based on current states of development and where they are in their development timeline.
So you would agree though that the responses that you received to this particular RFI might be indicative of prices. That's what I understand what you're saying. Would be indicative of prices, but it's unlikely that you're going to get firm commitment to generation that is in operation, COD, by the end of 2024, when you ask for generation bids stretching out into the late 2020s at the end date 2030. Is that fair to say?
The RFI was not designed to say that bids should be coming in late 2020s. Could you direct me to where it says that?
We just talked about this a little bit. The RFI includes a end coal date at 2030, right?
And coal date?
End coal date, yes, sorry. And requested a minimum of 500 by 2023 and a maximum of 2,200 by summer 2025. So just want to,
Correct.
but what I'm understanding your last response, and I'd like to try to pin this down and we can move on. This RFI, as I understand what you're saying, is not intended to identify firm resources that are going to be available at the end of 2024. That would replace Harrington, at least. Is that correct?
Intended to identify resources that could potentially replace any coal resource in SPS, its portfolio.
But we can just agree, I guess, then that the end of 2024 date is not included in this RFI and was not conveyed, at least in this document, to any potential bidder.
Objection asked and answered. It's about the third time Mr. Smith has asked this question.
Sustained. Please proceed.
If SPS had issued this RFI earlier, and let's say in 2020 or 2019, when they conducted the earlier analysis, do you think it would be more likely to get bids that were capable of being in operation by the end of 2024?
I'm going to direct you more to Mr. Elsey on this question. I will say, in reviewing the bids, there were COD dates in this time frame. And the hypothetical, I think looking at the response, to me, it was a real robust response from the market, as I indicated in my testimony. So it would be speculative from my professional experience. Especially in SPP, the queue isn't really moving. So it appears to me it's the same pool of projects that and maybe more that came in this RFI than what you may have seen earlier.
Okay. On that point, you said you reviewed the bids that did come in, and
They weren't. He didn't say they were bids. He said they were responses. And I just want to make that as clear as possible, because I believe there's actually a distinction between an RFP process and an RFI, and whether there's a response or there's a bid, and ultimately whether there's a contract. They're just kind of different. You use the word firm. I kind of like that word. There's a different firmness to each type of process at each time period, and there's a different. When I say firmness, there's a different specificity. He mentioned the entire SPS portfolio, replace any coal resources in the entire SPS portfolio. Obviously, that would include the one which we're concerned about in this case today. That's just an example of how broad an RFI is compared to a contract, as compared to a bid, which comes from an RFP. So this is how I'm seeing it, and I don't want to confuse all these terms unnecessarily. So thank you, Mr. Smith. I just thought that might be a little bit helpful to clarify the record and make sure we don't confuse all those things. Please proceed, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Kujak, is response the appropriate term?
Yes, I would use the word response in this case. I agree with Judge Lennon in this case.
So you said you did receive the responses that were received from this RFI. And then you also mentioned the backup, the backup of the queue, I believe you said, and that's the interconnection queue. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. Of the responses that SPS received, there were several that were what are called generator replacement responses. Is that correct?
Generator, can you rephrase?
There were several responses that came from entities that were seeking to replace existing generation. They are classified, and they were classified in the in the response document that they were characterized as generator replacements. You recall this?
Can I direct you to my testimony and my report, the bottom of page 5? There's section 3.3 results.
Okay.
Again, the results were 18 companies participated. These 8 key technologies were proposed, from solar down to compressed air batteries, and with deployment in 5 key states.
Right. And are you aware that some of these companies operate existing facilities that they were seeking to replace? The offer was to, sorry, I'll let you respond.
If I recall, yeah, I believe there were some cases where they were replaced, they provided pricing, and that was evaluated in this RFI.
So if a generator or if an entity is putting forward a response where they are replacing some generation that actually already exists, and maybe they are proposing to build a new generator, a new wind turbine, let's say, to replace one that exists there. If that generator puts a response in, is that generator put in the same place in the queue as a newly proposed facility?
No, there's an alternate pathway. I will refer you more to Mr. Elsey for this question. He's more familiar with the interconnection environment in SPS.
Okay.
I look at it generally in my approach as an independent evaluator.
But can you answer in general, would that existing generator wouldn't go to the back of the queue, would they?
Existing interconnection rights are valuable wherever they are on the system. In fact, those are becoming very scarce. Relinquishing those rights is an issue you would always want from a value perspective, and that's something that is evaluated on behalf of ratepayers. For a project to reuse their existing interconnection rights, that would be a different procedure typically, and it would be more fast-tracked. However, even in those cases, it may trigger, depending on the study, system upgrade costs, which are not necessarily known at the time of response.
Okay. Thanks for that second piece, but they're valuable and they're more fast-tracked on the first part, the generation interconnection part, because they don't have to go to the end of the queue. Is that correct?
Right. There's a process that's
okay. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to speak over you. That's all I was curious. Let's talk a little bit about the subsequent Encompass modeling that SPS conducted and that you reviewed using these RFI responses. Okay. On page 7 of your report, the Guidehouse report attached as attachment DDK-1, in the last paragraph before section 4.1, you indicate that you reviewed, part of your task here was to review SPS's assumptions and then to ensure that they are reasonable and aligned with industry practice. You see that?
Yes.
And then you go through here and you list, pardon me, several kinds of assumptions that you did review. And I want to just kind of tick through these relatively quickly. For each of these assumptions, you confirm that the methodology that the company used for deriving the assumption was a reasonable one. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
You did not, though, independently verify these particular assumptions, did you?
In the case of the fuel price forecast, we actually benchmarked that and reviewed it.
Okay.
I looked at the source of the data, which is commercially available, IHS Energy, S&P Global, and Wood Mackenzie. Those are well known in the industry.
So that's for fuel, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
I can't answer your question generally. You'd have to be specifically.
Okay. How about for market electricity prices? The prices.
In the case of market electricity prices, we actually performed a similar benchmarking. We used, at the time, we had our internal market modeling experts review the approach. The approach, both to me and our internal experts, matched what other utilities typically do. We also looked at it, how it compared, and it compared or tracked well to our internal proprietary forecasts. We reviewed, in reviewing the approach, specifically for market electricity prices, a lot of it is set or is reliant on heat rate forecast. That's the efficiency of generation within the given zone. And that sets the market price or applicable price for electricity in a specific area. That with the price of gas is what the forecast or forecasted gas is how the market electricity prices are generated and forecasted.
As part of the modeling, though, fuel prices and market prices are evaluated against, and at the risk of oversimplifying this or grossly oversimplifying it, they're evaluated against existing resources that SPS has on its system.
It's
And potential
evaluated
resources.
against,
Existing resources that SPS has on its system and potential resources. As a general matter, you take those inputs and you include those fuel prices. You apply those fuel prices to the generation that exists out at Harrington, at Tolk, or whatever facility you're looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And to understand, for the model to predict which units run or what is the most economical portfolio of generation at any given time, the model also evaluates individual unit heat rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it'll also evaluate a number of other unit specific assumptions like capital costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And things like fixed operations and maintenance.
Yes.
Okay. And so for those inputs, those unit specific inputs, did you conduct any independent verification of the heat rates for any of SPS's generation units?
So we did receive the entire file of all Encompass inputs. I reviewed that file. Generally, I did see the heat rates, if I recall correctly. In terms of comparing every line item against another published or alternative published source of data, the utilities are generally in the best position to report what those heat rates are. That's not something I would typically do as an independent evaluator.
Okay, that's great. That's all I'm trying to get at. So you wouldn't typically independently verify the heat rate. Is that correct?
No, I would not do that as part.
And as part of this analysis, you didn't do that, just to clarify.
No, I didn't. I did not go down that list and seek alternative information. It would be very difficult to do so, to be quite honest. There are some sources of data, but you could, it would be time consuming. I typically do not do that as part of, as an.
That's great. And I don't mean to be combative here. I'm just trying to understand what you did. So I don't think you should have done one thing or another. So I just want to put that out there. So I'm just trying to establish that you didn't do that. We talked about heat rate. The same goes for capital expenditures. Is that right?
No, I did scrutinize the capital in terms of the methodology that they use. Again,
Okay.
It's the scope of an independent evaluator is to review their approach or utilities approach to putting together the model inputs. It's not really to interrogate every number and do a forensic accounting behind each number. It's more about reviewing their approach towards compiling that number.
Okay. And then it's fair to say then you reviewed the files that you got for heat rate, for capital expenditures, for fixed O&M, variable O&M, and you looked at them to make sure they looked okay, but you didn't go out and independently verify them against.
I think you did answer that question already. So didn't you ask already, Mr. Smith? Yeah.
All I was trying to do, hearing examiners, is go through each input, and I don't think that we got an answer on each input. But if that's what he.
Well, he said he reviews their approach to the input, how they arrive at the inputs, and but not necessarily actual numbers. I think that's what I heard.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned CapEx and reviewing the company's methodology for evaluating capital expenditures. What was SPS's approach to that?
I'd like to direct you to page 10 of my testimony. And yes, the last paragraph. Could you be, this is specific to the Harrington replacement, but do you want to be more, could you be more specific which CapEx estimates are you referring to?
Well, I was just following up on a statement I think you made that you had reviewed the company's approach to estimating CapEx, and what does that mean? Can you tell me what that approach is? And
sure. The approach generally is that specifically for the Harrington unit, SPS, as I indicate on page 10 of my report, contracted with Burns and McDonnell, a nationally recognized engineering firm, to provide an engineering, procurement, and construction estimate. In this case, this was for one of the scenarios, which was the coal scrubber retrofits. To us, in our experience, contracting with a recognized engineering firm with specific expertise, which are typically carried outside of the utility, not by the utility itself, that's reasonable and typical practice. Again, the gas conversion case, these are not day-to-day activities that the utility would undertake. Usually, once Every so often, there may be a conversion case. Again, you would use a third-party engineering firm to develop those capital expenditures. In this case, the firm was EN Engineering. And that third-party firm provided that total installed cost of the pipeline and related facilities, including design, permitting, right-of-way acquisition and construction phase of the project. That looked reasonably complete to us. Again, they used that information along with estimating tools and their knowledge of the facility to develop a balance of plants and gas pipeline estimate for conversion, which was based on
I'm
that
sorry, gas pipeline,
estimate for conversion. So the balance of plant. So when the utility is best placed to develop an estimate in-house through typical or standard practices to derive a CapEx estimate, that is the standard I typically apply when reviewing CapEx. When there are more one-off estimates, in this case, it's building a pipeline. That's not something that the utility can completely estimate in-house, would require external input. I would look to see that they leverage another firm to help them with that. In that case, I saw that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, because it does highlight the need to be, my need to be a little more precise. When you're referring to these capital expenditures, the Burns and McDonald study, or the that you're referencing here, that was for the retrofit costs, the capital costs of installing scrubbers. For the gas conversion you're referring to from EN Energy, that relates to the actual, I'll say, upfront cost of building the pipeline and doing whatever they need to do to the burners to make them burn gas. Correct?
Correct.
Those two companies didn't provide an analysis of ongoing or expected capital expenditures at the facility after the conversion, did they?
No, they did not. As far as I understand, they did not, no.
Okay. And you did not dig in and independently evaluate the forecast of ongoing capital expenditures expected after the conversion. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I did review the OpEx that was included in the model and the approach to developing that OpEx. As I said earlier, the standard I apply is who is in the best position to estimate these costs. Is it in-house with the utility, within the utility, or is it outside the utility? When it comes to operating the facility, that's something the utility is familiar with, has other assets in its portfolio, and would have the most accurate representation or detail associated with ongoing OpEx. So in reviewing that, I agreed with that approach in modeling it, and its inclusion in the model.
Well, can you tell me, do you recall what that approach was?
That's, if I recall correctly, of course, there's been some time, it was reviewing other similar assets and their ongoing OpEx. But again, I'll refer you to Mr. Elsey for specific detail on that. Again, I know the general approach was to benchmark and look at other units in their portfolio and what they're as adjusted for this specific situation.
Did SPS provide that underlying data to you?
I recall reviewing some documentation at the time. I can't recall exactly at this moment. I recall asking the question, receiving the response narrative on how that estimate was derived.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to back to page 7 of your report. And again, back to that paragraph we looked at before, part of your role as the independent evaluator is to reasonably ensure SPS evaluates all feasible and practical options to address the constraints. The constraints there being the either retirement, retrofit, or replacement of Harrington by the end of 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as we discussed early on, you were retained in about April 2021, and you completed this report in about July 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
On page 9 of the report itself, you summarize the 6 basic scenarios that SPS considered in its evaluation. They are essentially convert all 3 units, the base case scenario, converting all 3 units to operate on natural gas, partial conversion, converting 1 or 2 units to natural gas, and retiring 1 or 2 units, depending.
Mr. Smith, if I could interrupt you, I can see them on the paper. It's okay to dictate them into the record if that's what you want to do. It's about 10:33 now. We've been going for a while, and Mr. Lee might want a 5-minute break. I was wondering how long you anticipate continuing this cross-examination. Is it 5 minutes, or is it maybe another half hour or so?
As these things go, I had anticipated it going a little bit more quickly, but and so at this point, based on how we've done so far, I think it'll be closer to a half an hour.
Well, I don't want to go that long without taking a break. Is it okay if we take a 5-minute break if we interrupt you?
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Let's take 5 minutes. I've got about 10:31, so we'll be back about 10:36 or so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone, and hi, Mr. Josh Smith. I'm sorry to have to interrupt you. I thought we needed to take a break. Thank you, everybody, for coming back timely. I think you were on page 9 of DDK in your cross-examination regarding the scenarios. I'm sure the record will reflect where we stopped and where we started. We just took a quick 5-minute break. I have approximately 10:42 on my watch. So would you please continue, Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you, hearing examiner. Let's see. Mr. Kujak, there you are. You moved around on my screen. Just to start back and make sure that we don't miss this. As part of your evaluation of the Harrington analysis, your role was to evaluate whether the company had evaluated, quote, all feasible and practicable options for addressing the constraints. And that those constraints you identified as the end of coal date for the Harrington units. Is that correct?
Just one moment. Yes, on page 2 of my report, I discussed the role, our scope. And so there's 2 questions here that you posed. The first part was whether we evaluated or assessed whether SPS conducted an evaluation of potential retirement dates. The answer to that question is yes. The second part of your question is regarding constraints. Constraints are a part of what limits the potential retirement dates. So the answer to your question is yes, that was an identified constraint.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I want to get us back on track so that we're working sort of from the same page. And so the scenarios that SPS evaluated for replacing, retrofitting, or converting Harrington are listed on page 9 of your report. I'm just going to tick them off so that there's some, just to provide a foundation for the discussion. Converting all 3 units to natural gas, a partial conversion, which was converting 2 units, and then another scenario converting just 1. Installation of dry sorbent injection, which is a technology to reduce SO2 emissions, right? And
Correct.
then installation of a spray dryer absorber, which is commonly referred to as a dry scrubber. Is that right?
Spray dryer.
Absorption technology. And that's basically a dry scrubber. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, retiring all 3 units.
I'm sorry, yes, correct.
So when you reviewed this analysis in summer of 2021, were you aware then that neither scenario number 3 nor scenario number 4 were actually technical or actually feasible options?
I don't view them as infeasible. They are commercially available technologies to address the emissions at Harrington.
Right, right. But as we discussed earlier, you're aware that at that point, SPS had already agreed that it would permanently cease burning coal at the plant. And so as a legal matter, they are not feasible options. Is that correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, I think it's, thank you for the objection. You know, it is what it is. I don't think it's really a legal conclusion. It's an acknowledgement that he had information and knowledge about the agreement to cease operations as a coal plant. That's not really much of a legal analysis. I think any general layperson could make that type of analysis. So it's overruled.
To answer the question, I was aware that there was an agreement to replace the unit or to repower the unit from coal to gas. However, this analysis was in the context of New Mexico. And as part of prudent utility analysis, we look at all scenarios regardless of what was agreed to in Texas.
So are you saying that it's your opinion that despite the consent order that you're aware of, it was feasible for the company in 2021 to retrofit the plant?
You know, the view I typically adopt is one of the ratepayers. So if I identified or saw that installation of a dry sorbent injector or spray dryer absorption was more economically attractive than gas conversion, I would have to highlight that in the report, and it would be incomplete if it would not, because it's a pathway towards compliance. I am not fully aware if you could overturn that agreement, and my conclusion may have been, had it been more economical, that they do so or revisit the agreement that they made with the Texas authority. I think it was TCQ. In this case, that wasn't the case in pursuant to this analysis. So the conclusion was compatible with that I believe agreement.
Are you finished? Okay. In 2021, when you reviewed this 2021 Harrington analysis, did the company ever inform you that it believed that retiring all 3 units, outright retiring all 3 units by the end of 2024 was not feasible?
There are other considerations that need to be taken into account. There was a scenario that was evaluated in scenario 1. From an economic perspective, it is carries more cost. I guess I don't follow your question fully.
Well, it's just really a simple yes or no question. Did the company tell you that it believed that scenario 1 was not feasible?
The company tell me whether scenario 1 is not feasible. I don't think they conveyed that to me in those terms. I think they conveyed that it would be challenging to pursue scenario 1 given local constraints.
Okay. Have you, in this matter, reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Elsie?
I skimmed through it. I'm not fully familiar. I have not reviewed that. It's not really in my scope to review all of the testimony that's here before you, for the commission. So I can only really speak to my analysis.
But if you did review that, even if it was skim, are you aware that he said that it is not feasible to retire all 3 units and replace the unit's capacity by the end of 2024?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
Are you aware that that's what he says in his testimony?
I didn't read that statement. I apologize.
Okay, fair enough. I want to move on. As part of your review, you also went through on page 12 of your report. You examine a series of stress tests that the company ran evaluating these 6 scenarios. Do you see that right?
Yes,
And the company evaluated, the company conducted these stress tests to evaluate the scenarios against differing forecasts. Is that right? I believe you indicate differing load forecasts and fuel price forecasts. Is that right?
different load, interconnection cost assumptions, and gas forecasts. The 3 factors that can vary or have shown significant variance and impact on results.
Okay. And there were 36 runs, so what you describe, and table 3 contains those runs, or your display of those runs. And in all but 2 of those 36 runs, isn't it correct that retiring one of the Harrington units is the best scenario?
Yes,
And in the other 2 scenarios, the other 2 sensitivities, retiring either 2 or all 3 of the units was the best scenario. Isn't that right?
right. In those 2 out of out of all these cases, yes, that's correct.
And just to put a finer point on it, in none of the sensitivities is converting all 3 units the best scenario for ratepayers.
I'm sorry, the finer point on it, and you broke up. And
Sorry.
just to put a finer point on it,
In none of the sensitivities is converting all 3 units at Harrington the best scenario for ratepayers. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not the best economically modeled scenario. There are other factors.
Great. And let's talk about that a little bit. At the last paragraph of your report, you describe some of the other factors that might go into this. And you state, I believe, given the relative proximity of the results, other qualitative factors and optionality should be considered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
First, on optionality, the report concludes that if one unit is retired, that does not preclude the option, or at least stops operating one unit now. It doesn't preclude the option of making a full conversion down the road. Is that right?
You know, as I indicate, it's not technically impossible in that last sentence. It's very difficult to, if you consider the context here, if you size a pipeline for 2 units instead of 3, you can't really go down, let's say 5 years from now, if you recognize that you really needed that capacity to upgrade the line. And you would have to potentially lay another gas pipeline. It's like paving a 2-lane road instead of a 3-lane road. The cost will be higher when you pave the 3rd lane, you know, five years from now. In this case, it's more acute because you literally have to lay an entirely new pipeline.
Let me follow up on that, though. The company's position in this case is that the pipeline is going to be sufficiently sized to power either 2 or 3 units. So they're not going to have to relay a new pipeline if they decide down the road to repower the 3rd unit.
There's also the case of the unit itself to remobilize and upgrade the certain conversions on the plant that need to occur. I'm going to defer to Mr. Elsey on the finer points of that in case I did misspeak, but I believe
Okay.
there is a pipeline interaction as well here.
Okay. We'll save that question for him. But as the report says, it's not precluded. Converting the 3rd unit would not be precluded down in the future. And that sort of just speaks for itself. I want to ask though, by contrast, if SPS spends the additional money now to convert the 3rd unit and convert all 3 units, it then becomes pretty difficult to reverse that decision, doesn't it?
I don't understand the context of why one would need to reverse a decision.
So maybe a crude metaphor or whatever this is might be helpful. If the company spends whatever it is, several $1 million of the ratepayers' money to convert the 3rd unit and completes the project, and then the unit is never used and needs to be decommissioned or whatever, it's a little difficult to put the toothpaste back in the tube on that 3rd unit. The company has spent the money and somebody's on the hook for the money. Is that right?
That's correct. Could I direct you to page 11 of my testimony? If you look at table 2, and the reason for my statement on page 13 that the results of the analysis shows that either scenarios 2 or 6 can be deemed prudent paths forward is because of the proximity of the economic results. So in the column where it says PVRR, that's the present value of revenue requirements. This is what is collected from ratepayers over a course of 20
I'm
years.
sorry, the present value of?
Revenue.
Your Honor, I'd like to interject here because I wasn't asking the witness about table 2. I wasn't asking about PVRRs. I was just asking about the impacts to ratepayers if the investment in the new conversion is completed and costs are incurred. It was.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the objection. I think he's trying to answer the question. Whether he answers your question or not, that's up to you, and then you can ask him another question. But I would like to allow him to finish, so it's overruled. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You can continue your answer. You were getting into. Go ahead.
Yes, I was getting into what is collected from, in terms of rates, the differences between the 2 cases. If you look on the PVRR requirements of the Harrington coal to gas conversion of all 3 units, it's 11,949,000,000 over a 20-year period. It's over 20 years, to put that in perspective. And then in scenario 6, it's 11,944. So the difference over the course of 20 years between converting 2 units and converting all 3 units is $5 million over that time period. Roughly about $250,000 a year is what that averages out to. So that's within, when I look at that as an independent evaluator, that's really close. It's almost within the margin of error. I when I see a more substantial difference, I can rely on that more. I always have to scrutinize these numbers more qualitatively and what could drive potential differences. You know, again, when we say what is the best scenario, it's not just what these numbers show or what the model has put out. I would look to other qualitative factors and.
Your Honor, I'm
metrics.
gonna object to this continued explanation because I asked a pretty straightforward question, and the report otherwise, his testimony otherwise speaks for itself. Miss SPS can ask him questions on redirect if they feel like there's explanation needed, but he's now, going back through his report and providing additional explanation that is clearly outside the scope of what I just asked.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. In administrative hearings like this one, I typically favor more information rather than less information. I understand your frustration in cross-examination, and I appreciate it. However, I'm going to overrule your similar second objection and allow him to continue to give what he considers a complete answer to your questions. So, sir, thank you, and please continue.
Yeah, I just ended there that, there are other factors to consider other than economic. That would be the conclusion of my response. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next question, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And so, because I'm not sure I really got an answer to the question, whether $5 million is small potatoes to you or to the company, if they spend the money, ratepayers are going to have to pay for it, for the most part. Isn't that right?
I heard him say that 250,000 a year, which is what 5 million turns into, is within the margin of error, and it's really close. So I think he's already answered that question.
But he didn't answer who's going to pay for it if the company spends it.
Well, I don't think he decides that, but you're well. I'll let you answer the question, sir. Who's going to pay for it?
Ultimately, customers do pay for the recovery of these costs. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk just about a couple more things here, and I think we'll be done. You mentioned other qualitative factors, and you expressed your opinion that $5 million is within, I guess, the range of error, or is really close, is what you said. Would, in your view, would the projected capacity factor for the converted Harrington units be a qualitative factor worth considering?
No, the projected capacity factors are already captured within the economic evaluation, including it's already reflected in that number that we mentioned earlier.
Well, yeah, okay. So let me ask maybe a more precise question. If SPS projected in that modeling that you reviewed that one of the converted units actually never operated, would that change your view of whether it makes sense to convert that unit?
Having worked in resource planning, no.
Okay. So in your opinion, spending that additional money can still be deemed prudent even if the unit never runs?
There could be reasons you would want to maintain that unit as a backup. Again, I would ask Mr. Elsie further what those conditions or situations are, and other company witnesses.
Okay. I think one final question. Are you aware that SPS's modeling does indeed project that one of the converted units has a 0 capacity factor for the remainder of its life?
I'm aware that, yeah, there are units that have ultra low capacity factors or low capacity factors. It's not uncommon in the industry to have units run or peaking units run at very low capacity factors. I've seen that elsewhere.
And in fact, all 3 of the units in the modeling that the company did are projected to operate only between 0% of the time and up to a little bit less than 3% of the time. Is that correct?
I don't have the range in front of me. If you have an exhibit, I can review that again, but it's from my experience, the number isn't as important as when that is occurring and what the conditions on the grid are that require the unit to operate. Again, I'm going to defer to the company's witnesses to describe that. I am aware that as a peaking resource, Harrington is operating not as a baseload, but to provide other reliability-based needs going out into the future, and that's what reflects in this modeling.
Okay. One moment here. I think that's all I have, hearing examiner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, well, I'll give you guys the option. Who would like to cross-examine now? Mr. Bagatko? I don't know if I asked you yet.
I don't have any cross for Mr. Kojak, but thank you.
Okay, and Mr. McMillan and Ms. Lynch already said they didn't have any cross. Is that correct? None from Mr. McMillan. Ms. Lynch, did you have any questions?
I don't have any, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Norman, do you have any real rehabilitation, any redirect you'd like to go through in light of the cross?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
Okay. Well, does anybody intend to call this witness in their case? Okay, how about if we release him? Sounds like a good idea. Sir, you've brightened our day. Thank you for being here and explaining all your testimony. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you all. Let's, I don't know that we want to take a break yet. It's always a good time. You guys good with take a 5-minute break? All right, let's do that. My computer says at 11:11, so I'll expect you all back when my computer says 11:16. Thank you. Recess. Back on the record, Mr. Lee. My computer says 11:18. Thank you all for returning. We're about to begin Mr. Elsie's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Norman?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
How long do you anticipate it's going to take? Well, you don't know the cross-examination, of course. Maybe I should ask Mr. Smith. Do you have a prepared cross-examination for Mr. Elsie?
I do, hearing examiner.
Do you know how long it might take?
Likely at least an hour, maybe more, depending on, how difficult things go.
I like to say it takes as long as it takes, and that's fine. I'm just trying to plan for lunch. Well, not lunch. We're going to conclude with him. It's 11:19. I think we should take an hour break. I mean, a 5-minute break, probably about 12:15, and then just get back to him and continue till we're finished and close out the online and the on the record testimony for the day as early as possible. So we're just going to plug through lunch and not take any kind of lunch break, even if it goes later than 12 or 1. Well, obviously it's going to take later than 12, but even later. So let's just get rolling and push through it with everyone's permission. So no lunch break is what I'm getting at. Okay, Ms. Norman, excuse me, Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Mr. Elsie?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Counselor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elsie, if you would just state your name, please.
Ben R. Elsie.
And if you could identify your title and your employer.
Sure, I am the Manager of Resource Planning and Bidding for SPS.
I'm sorry, can you restate that, please?
Yes, the Manager of Resource Planning and Bidding for SPS.
Thank you.
And Mr. Elsie, you have in front of you would have been pre-marked as Exhibits 7 and 8. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
Exhibit 7 is my direct testimony from this case, and Exhibit 8 is my rebuttal testimony from this case.
And do you have any changes or corrections to either document?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same for both testimonies?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, SPS offers Exhibit 7 and Exhibit 8.
Okay, thank you. I have them in my hand. Make sure I have everything. The direct testimony includes an attachment. It's like approximately, it looks like exactly 44 pages text, a verification, then an exhibit including a lot of tables, the rebuttal testimony dated February 1st. Does not include attachments, as an affirmation on the final page, which is page 64. Do I have the correct exhibits?
You do, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see if there's any objection. Mr. Smith?
No objection.
To either, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Bagatko, any objection?
No objection to either the admission of SPS Exhibit 7 or SPS Exhibit 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the formality, guys. I do like this stuff to be on the record. Ms. Lynch?
No objection to either Exhibit 7 or 8.
And Mr. McMillan?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you guys made it easy for me again. So there being no objection, both the direct testimony and the rebuttal testimony of Ben R. Elsie are admitted into the record. They are now evidence. Are you ready to permit cross-examination, Ms. Norman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you're going to cross-examine on behalf of Sierra Club?
I am. Thank you, hearing examiner.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Joshua Smith for Sierra Club. Mr. LZ, good morning. Good morning still. Yes, and nice to see you again.
And you, sir.
Thanks. Start off with just some background and some foundational questions. As I understand it, you are the manager of resource planning and bidding for SPS. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that role, you oversaw the 2021 Harrington analysis that the company submitted in support of its proposal in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's also correct.
Did you also oversee the analysis that SPS conducted in 2019 relating to the economics of replacement alternatives for Harrington Station?
In 2019, I was a resource planning analyst for SPS, so I did not oversee the analysis, but I did work on it.
Okay. And you've reviewed that analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say you didn't see it, but you worked on it?
No, sir, I said I did not oversee it. I was not the manager at the time, but I did work on it.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you correctly. I'm glad I asked you. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Please proceed.
So each of these analyses were conducted to evaluate the options available to SPS to address the exceedances of the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for SO2 out at Harrington Station or near Harrington Station. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as part of the process, the company evaluated retiring, replacing, converting, and retrofitting the units. Is that right?
That's correct. And by retrofitting, I assume you mean installing environmental controls.
I'm sorry. And by retrofit,
I assume you're referring to installing environmental controls.
thank you,
I
sir.
am, yes. Thank you for that clarification. And as part of SPS's 2019 rate case, the company agreed to have an independent evaluator assess and review SPS's analysis relating to the Tolk assets, as well as a scenario involving the retirement of all coal assets by 2030. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at some point, right around then, it became clear that SPS was going to have to take action to address non-compliance with the sulfur dioxide NACs being the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, to address that non-compliance out at Harrington Station. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And when did you become aware of the compliance issues at Harrington?
I could not give you an exact date, but it was sometime in 2019, towards the middle to third quarter, maybe.
Okay.
Towards the middle,
Or third quarter.
thank you.
And so the company conducted that 2019 analysis in the third quarter, so it had to have been before then, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that SPS was itself aware of compliance problems at Harrington Station prior to the third quarter of 2019?
Just to clarify my earlier response, the earliest I knew about it was sometime in the middle of 2019. And that is the earliest I knew of the company know about it. That isn't to say someone else knew prior to me, but that's the earliest I was made aware.
Okay. We may be able to move a little bit more quickly here. If were you observing Mr. Kujak's testimony earlier this morning?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, and you heard him discuss the differences between an a request for information and a request for proposal.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you agree with him that generally a request for proposal is a more formal process where a need is identified that the company is going to go procure?
I may stop short of saying when a need is identified, but yes, I would generally agree that it's a more formal process.
Okay, can you explain that qualification?
Yeah, I would say there are occasions when you may issue an RFP with or without a need, and there'll be occasions where you may issue an RFI with or without a need. I don't think that's the defining factor.
I'm sorry to ask you to repeat yourself, Mr. Elsie. I kind of cut out a little bit, and then I just want to make sure I understand what you said. There are occasions where you would issue an RFP without first identifying a need. Is that correct?
There could be occasions, yes.
Okay. I do want to walk through the RFI with you, especially given the admissibility issues that came up earlier with the Ms. Norman and the hearing examiner. You have Exhibit 14, Sierra Club Exhibit 14.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this document? I'm sorry, if you turn to page, I think it'll be page 7 of the document. Do you see the attachment if you keep on going? You're on the right page, I think, based on what I see in front of you.
So yeah, this is labeled page 1 of 6. Oh, page 7 and 12 is stamped.
Yeah, and at the bottom of it, it says, has the number 085.
That's correct. Yes, I'm looking at it.
So what is this document?
This is our 2020 RFI.
And does it appear to be a true and correct and complete copy of the RFI?
Just scanning over it, I would say it's definitely a true and correct copy. In terms of completeness, there were some additional Excel spreadsheet forms that were issued to the bidders, but this is kind of a complete version of the cover document, shall we say.
Okay, the spreadsheet though would be something that the company or whoever was putting in a response fills out. It's like a blank sheet, right?
That's correct. We would refer to it as an attachment or an exhibit.
Okay, that makes sense. Give me one moment here to collect my papers. I'm going to walk through some of these questions with you as well, and I talked to Mr. Kujak about some of this also, but I'd like to get your responses too. So hopefully everyone else in the hearing will be patient with it. I want to draw your attention to the general background section of the RFI.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah. And so this, is just that, the general background. And in the last bullet point, actually the second to last bullet point describes sort of the process here. And in that last sentence of that second to last bullet point, the RFI is considering or is requesting responses that evaluate or provide information about assets that could replace all of SPS's coal-fired assets. Is that correct?
Could you just refer me to the bullet point again? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This, the second to last bullet point that, and I'm really looking at that last sentence in that bullet point.
Yes, that's correct.
And then in that last bullet point describes the scenarios that SPS is presumably looking for specifically. A minimum net capacity need in of 500 megawatts beginning in the summer of 2023, and a maximum net capacity need of 2,200 megawatts beginning in summer 2025. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And now you're aware that SPS had at this time, at the time that this RFI went out, SPS, well, let me back up. Did you draft this RFI?
Not solely, but I was certainly part of the team that did.
Okay, okay. And so you're moving on. You're aware that at the time that this RFI went out, SPS had already committed to ceasing the burning of coal at Harrington Station. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Excuse me, actually, sorry, Josh, Mr. Smith, let me just go back a bit. It was my recollection that the agreed order with TCEQ was right around this time, but this document, when it initially went out, may have slightly preceded the TCEQ order.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Are you aware that at the time that the document went out, SPS had already engaged though in discussions with Texas to cease burning coal at Harrington Station?
I believe that's correct.
And so with that constraint in mind, if SPS was intending to procure generation sufficient to replace Harrington Station, wouldn't it have made sense to ask for responses or information about projects that could be implemented and operational before the end of 2004?
2004.
I believe.
2004, yes.
Thank you.
2024, I apologize.
So, Mr. Smith, in response to the 2024 date, I believe our RFI asked for approximately 500 megawatts before the summer of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe we did ask for resources before the end of 24.
But according to your 500 megawatts wouldn't be sufficient to replace the capacity need to retire all 3 units at Harrington, would it?
No, that's correct. But at the time we issued the RFI, we did not have any analyses justifying the retirement of all 3 Harrington units.
I'm sorry, justifying?
The retirement of all 3 Harrington units.
Thank you.
But at that time, you did have an analysis, the 2019 analysis, evaluating several scenarios, including retirement of at least 1 unit. Is that correct?
That is correct, but that was not our recommended scenario at the time. Our recommendation was to convert all 3 units to natural gas.
In that particular evaluation, that 2019 evaluation, retiring at least 1 unit, though, was in several scenarios the most economical outcome. Isn't that correct?
Could you point me to those analyses?
Yeah, let's go to that. And let me find it real quickly. I was going to get to it in a little bit, but let's talk about it now. Let me get my exhibit the correct exhibit. I don't want to lead you astray here. I believe it's exhibit Sierra Club 16, if we could.
Okay, I'm on
You
exhibit
have,
16.
you have that in front of me. And hearing examiner Lennon, this is going to be another one of these exhibits that you're going to give me a hard time about.
I don't give anybody a hard time about anything.
Well, I'm just trying to be give this a little bit of levity, but
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am looking at the exhibit, but you know, looks a little sideways to me. That's not
So
a
the
hard time. I'm just
yeah.
saying that it's a little bit sideways.
It is sideways. I apologize for that. If you're looking at it on your computer,
I
you might be
am.
able to just rotate clockwise if you right click and it'll be straight up and down.
Yeah, even this dinosaur can figure that out. So I just did that. Okay, got it.
Okay. And so we're looking at the page, Mr. LZ, of this exhibit that's labeled at the bottom. It's got a number 045. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you recognize this table?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what it is?
Yes, this is the results of our 2019 economic analysis.
Okay. And each of the tables here that follow, I believe there are 6 tables in these 6 pages that evaluate different scenarios conducted in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, conducted in 2019 and overflowing into 2020.
Okay. Now you provided these are called NPV or NVRRP, NPVRR tables. Is that correct?
Yes, we generally refer to them as PVRR, but same difference.
Okay, yeah. And you provided these in response to discovery. I believe you provided these ones in response to discovery in the Texas PUC case. Is that correct?
It appears so, yes.
Yeah, and do they look like accurate copies of the response you provided?
Without going through each number, I believe they look correct.
Okay. Hearing examiner Lennon, I'd move to admit this exhibit into evidence.
Okay. Well, we won't be going down any rabbit holes as you described the previous exhibit. We're already there. So we won't have to go through it. Let's see if there's any objection. Mr. Pagato, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okie dokie. Let's check with Ms. Lynch. Any objection from your client, Ms. Lynch?
No objection.
Mr. McMillan?
No objection.
Okay, SPS.
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, how about that, Mr. Smith? That was easy. So let me just state for the record that the exhibit labeled Sierra Club Exhibit 16 is admitted. It's now part of evidence. And you may proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And so I just want to walk through a little bit of what's happening with these tables, Mr. Elzie. This is the 2019, the analysis that began, economic analysis that began in 2019, evaluating various options for replacing, retiring, or retrofitting Harrington Station. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And just to walk through the scenarios that were considered, they're in some respects pretty similar to what the company evaluated in 2021. Is that right?
For the most part, the overarching scenario is the same.
Right. And I just want to draw your attention to, in this particular evaluation, the company considered conversion of 2 units to gas, ceasing operations at the 3rd unit, and then converting to SC. That means synchronous condenser. Is that right?
That is right.
And then also adding some solar on top of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how much solar capacity this analysis had assumed?
From memory, I believe it was like in kind, so retired 1 unit and replaced it with 340 megawatts of solar.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that answer?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Lee. I believe it was replacing like in kind. So replacing 340 megawatts of solar generation, or excuse me, replacing 340 megawatts of Harrington with 340 megawatts of solar generation.
Okay. And under this analysis back in 2019, the base gas financial forecast for the company, that's the first table, that conversion of 2 units and then effectively retiring the 3rd boiler and converting it is the most economic option available of the scenarios considered. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily. I believe it depends on the time frame you look at. If you see in table 1, we actually have 2 periods through 2040 and through 2054. Through 2040, it is actually more economical to convert all 3 units to gas and install solar surplus interconnection.
Let's walk through this, because this was something I was curious about as I was reviewing it myself, but I want to make sure I understand then, because there's sort of 2 tables here. There's a table up top that's got pollution control evaluations, the conversion to 2 units to gas, DSI, which is a pollution control on the 3rd unit, 1 unit to gas, DSI on the 3rd units. And so it's got sort of some combinations there. And then it's got the cease coal operations, convert all units to gas, which is the line you're referring to. And the parentheses around 80 million there in that early 2040 scenario. That means it's 80 million less than, is that less than the retire all units option? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then when we come down to the generator replacement options, these aren't ranked the same way, but converting 2 units to gas and 1 to a synchronous condenser plus solar indicates it's $108 million less than the retire all units option. Is that what that means?
Yes, that is the correct way to read it.
And $108 million savings is a greater savings than $80 million, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I would caveat that by saying in the world of resource planning, those 2 numbers are very similar. I appreciate to people watching on YouTube, 28 million may seem a large difference, not necessarily the case in resource planning.
Okay, but I'm sorry to belabor the point. I just want to go back to the point I was trying to make at the beginning. In this analysis here, in this financial forecast, the base gas projection, that means the company's base forecast for natural gas prices, converting 2 units and effectively retiring the 3rd unit is the most economical of the scenarios in this table.
No, that's not correct. What I was referring to.
Go ahead. Sorry.
What I was referring to earlier, Mr. Smith, was the final line in this table that shows converting all units to gas and installing solar as surplus interconnection provides $126 million.
I'm sorry, and installing solar.
as surplus interconnection.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not catching that word. As what interconnection?
Surplus, additional.
Thank you. Surplus interconnection.
Is actually the most economical solution through 2040.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. So, but the proposal here in this particular case, and the CCN amendment that the company is seeking is simply to convert all units to gas. It's not adding solar, is it, in this CCN?
No, this is not a resource acquisition case. This is to the first part, which is to convert all units to gas.
And so for the purposes of trying to compare these two analyses, they're done at different times. Converting all units to gas is more similar on the line above, the conversion to all gas without the plus solar. Is it fair to say that that's a more similar proposal to the one that's at issue here than converting all units to gas plus solar?
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I'm not following the question. Could you mind rephrasing that?
Yeah, I'll try again. So between these two options, converting all units to gas or converting all units to gas plus solar, this particular case is just the proposal is to convert all units to gas. So that's the relevant analog, isn't it?
I'm not really sure I'm following the question. If you're merely asking, are we asking to convert all units to gas? Then yes, that is correct.
And so if we were looking for the similar scenario to all units converted to gas that you're requesting, that would be reflected by that line that says convert all units to gas, which involves $80 million savings over retiring all units. Is that correct?
I'm still struggling with the comparison, but for now, I can kind of agree with you.
Okay. And if we walk through, and we don't need to do it throughout, but if we walk through the next several pages, converting 2 units to gas and installing a synchronous condenser at the 3rd unit is again less expensive than the converting all units to gas, period. No additional solar on the under the cease operations line. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, can you rephrase that question or restate that
Again,
question?
in the second page, we're now looking at the planning forecast for base gas. And once again, converting 2 units to gas, plus converting 1 unit to a synchronous condenser. And just so we have some information in the record for the hearing examiner and the public who may not know, a synchronous condenser is what?
It is equipment to assist in voltage stability.
Okay. So that option under this table 2 planning forecast base gas is less expensive under both planning horizons than to just purely convert all units to gas. Is that correct?
That is correct, but once again, is less economical than convert all units to gas and install solar.
Converting all units to gas.
And installing solar.
Thank you.
And table 3 reflects the same thing as well, isn't that right?
That is correct, yes. Converting all units to gas and installing solar is the most economical solution.
And second would be converting 2 units to gas, discontinuing operations at 1 and installing a synchronous condenser. And then third would be just converting all units to gas. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And on the next page, the planning forecast for high gas, the breakdown, the rankings would be the same again. All units to gas plus solar first, second would be conversion 2, and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sorry, all gas plus solar and
I'm sorry, all gas plus solar, and then second would be converting 2 units to gas, converting 1 to a synchronous condenser and solar.
What's the
Then the
question?
load,
I didn't
Pardon?
understand the question.
I was repeating what I said
I understood.
for the court reporter.
Yeah, but, okay. So what is the question?
The question is, again, the rankings would be all units to gas plus solar, 2 units to gas, converting 1 to synchronous condenser, and then third would be converting all units to gas by itself.
Well, I don't see 1, 2, 3 in those, in that chart. I understand you see the lower number, -114 and -163, but obviously that's not the ranking according to the chart. Am I missing
What?
something, Mr. Smith?
Well,
I'm sure I am, but what is it?
That's part of why I'm trying to walk through this with the witness, Mr. Hearing Examiner, because these last 2 ones, and I'm not sure why, don't appear to have rankings next to them. But when you look at the actual numbers.
I know, I understood everything. I understood your goal. But you know, these are planning forecasts, and then you have financial forecast, and the criteria may be different. So maybe we just asked him, you know, why didn't you rank the 2 final options or alternatives? And he can give us an answer why he didn't include them in his rankings when they obviously have lower PVRRs. So can you ask him that question, or maybe he can answer mine, and, you know, we'll get slice right to the meat of the matter.
Please, Mr. Elsie, can you respond to that question? Why aren't these scenarios ranked?
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason I stated earlier, the analysis was started in 2019 and overran into 2020, was because initially SPP had not finalized their rules for generator replacement in surplus interconnection.
I'm sorry,
So our
had not
analysis-
finalized their goals.
Their rules, RULES,
Okay, and continue.
for generator replacement or surplus interconnection. So we were working on tentative rules that had not passed. So the reason we ranked the top scenarios were because these were scenarios we knew we could do at the time. The bottom 2 scenarios were kind of speculative.
I'm not going to do your cross for you, Mr. Smith, so I'll let you to proceed, please.
Okay. I want to follow up on that before I go back to what I had planned. In your rebuttal testimony, and I believe in your direct as well, it's your opinion that retiring all 3 units is not feasible, isn't it?
Do you mind pointing me to that section of my rebuttal testimony, please?
So I'd have to kind of look through quite a bit of it here, but essentially it's your position, though, that retiring the units without having replacement resources is not a feasible outcome, isn't it?
I would characterize that as extremely challenging to the point of being infeasible. I would like to see my actual rebuttal testimony to see the language I used.
Okay.
I just want to note for the record, Mr. Lee, that we're having some, I think they're bandwidth issues with both Mr. Smith and with the SPS testimony and from counsel at SPS. So I think it's just some of the words are not coming through clearly. And I don't know the solution, but I ask everybody to bear with us. And I just want the record to reflect the reason we're asking this witness to repeat. He has a slight British accent, but I don't think that's the issue. I think it's this babbling bandwidth thing. So now that's noted on the record, we can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on one second. Let me find my place here.
I gave you time to find in his rebuttal testimony where he said it's not feasible. Or did he say extremely challenged or something like that?
Okay, so at page 14 of your rebuttal, here we're actually talking about Ms. Glick's analysis that she's done. We haven't talked about that a lot yet, but for the purposes of identifying a place where we can point to, Sierra Club's recommendations are based entirely on an analysis.
Slow down.
I'm sorry. Sierra Club's recommendations are based entirely on an analysis that includes more than 4.0 gigawatts of replacement in less than 4 years, which is completely infeasible. I can point to another location if you want to keep going.
So, sorry, Mr. Smith, just to clarify, while it is my position that I think it would be extremely challenging to the point of being infeasible to retire the Harrington units, specifically in this section of my testimony, I am referring to over 4 gigawatts of replacement energy as being infeasible.
Well, let's go back to page 7 of your rebuttal then, please. You there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, at line 18, you start describing SPS's base analysis, which included 2,558 megawatts of new wind, 925 megawatts of new solar, and a new combustion turbine between now and 2025. As I add that up, that's about 3.5 gigawatts plus a combustion turbine. That's your base analysis, isn't that right? For retiring the units.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it's infeasible to obtain 4.0 gigawatts of generation replacement by the end of 2024, it seems pretty infeasible to also replace an equivalent amount, a nearly equivalent amount of generation in your base case scenario. Isn't that right?
Again, those two numbers are very similar, but I would just like to state I'm saying extremely improbable, extremely unlikely to the point of being infeasible.
Okay, well, let's go to the next line then. Lines 2 through 4 of your rebuttal testimony. To be clear, denying the CCN amendment request without sufficient replacement resources in place by the end of 2024 means retirement of the Harrington units is emphasis, not feasible.
Yes, I am simply stating it's not feasible to retire the Harrington units without replacement generation.
Okay, and so, but you know, this has been sort of a circuitous way of getting there, but going back to your 2019 analysis, you have an option that's ranked among the supposedly feasible outcomes that involves retiring all 3 units.
Could you restate that question, please?
In your 2019 analysis, I asked, let's back up a little bit. I had asked you why the last 2 scenarios weren't ranked, because you said they were speculative, I believe, and that you didn't, I believe the answer was something along the lines that are speculative and whether we can get that replacement. Is that correct?
It was speculative whether the SPP rules would be finalized to allow generator replacement or surplus interconnection.
And what I'm getting at here, though, is even though you need some generation replacement, you did include retire all units as an option in the in the table to the top above.
Yes, for the purposes of economic analysis, yes, we did.
Okay. So I guess getting back to what we were discussing here, what I wanted to talk about with this analysis here is that in 2019, prior to the issuance of the RFI, you both had information that the Harrington units were going to need to either cease coal or be retrofitted. And you also had information, an initial economic analysis showing that replacement of those units, or at least one of those units, could be an economical outcome, right?
Could be, but not the most economical outcome.
But it was more, it was more economical than retiring all or converting all units to gas at that time.
In most of these cases, but not all. For example, in table 5, it is less economical than converting all units.
Mm-hmm.
Then what all units?
In table 5, it is less economical than converting all units to operate on natural gas.
Thank you.
Let's continue on with this, because I do want to come back to the RFI in a bit, and I hope I don't forget to do that. But let's continue on with the same time period. At the time that this 2019 analysis was done, you say sort of end of 2019 into 2020. Was that right?
Yes, that's correct.
During this same period of time, Excel also conducted a transmission reliability analysis involving the potential retirement or conversion of the Harrington gas units. Isn't that correct?
That is my understanding, though. I did not complete that analysis.
Okay. And, can I ask you to get Sierra Club Exhibit 9, Ms. Norman, and provide it to Mr. Elzy?
Okay, I'm there.
I'm not, so if you could just bear with me for a minute. Was that one that was sent directly to me, Mr. Smith, from you?
It is. This is the exhibit that we talked about with Mr. Marks yesterday, and then we resolved early this morning.
If you could give me a minute, let me get that in my hand. I print these out as they are being, as they are admitted, but I can't seem to have a big pile. I'm having trouble putting my hand on it. I'm gonna have to bring it up on my screen. I don't know what happened to them. What was the date you sent that to me? Do you remember? I'm sorry to bother you with this.
It would have been February 12.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to let you examine him, even though I don't have it in my hand. I might stop you if you refer to something I need to see in black and white. So with that caveat, Mr. Smith, please proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Mr. Elzy. On page or Exhibit 9, if you can flip to be about 4 pages in, there's a cover sheet that has that's it's difficult to read at the top there, but it does say Sierra Club Exhibit 9 at the top. It says, it's dated July 19th, 2019. Are you at that page?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what this is?
I have seen this report before. I did not prepare this report.
Okay. What is it? What is the report?
It's my limited understanding that this is a transmission impact study.
Okay.
And for the record, Mr. Lee, I have it in front of me and I'm looking at it at the same time. So sorry, please continue.
Okay. And this was conducted by Excel Energy, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
It looks like it's maybe the transmission planning department or something like that. Is that what it says there?
That's what it says.
Now, you provided this exhibit in response to a discovery question in this case. Did you not?
I believe I co-sponsored this response.
Does this look to be a accurate, true and accurate response to what would have been your response to Sierra Club 1-F? You flip back a page.
So for the most part, I sponsored subpart A, but I am familiar with this report that was provided as subpart F. So to the best of my knowledge, yes, this looks like a full response.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate you plotting with me through this kind of formalistic process, but I'm just trying to lay the foundation so that I can move to admit this into the record as SPS has already agreed, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I got it. I was following you. Is that your foundation?
It is, Your Honor.
Are you moving to admit number 9?
Yes, please. Sierra Club would move to admit Exhibit 9.
Okay, I understand that it was marked as confidential, and I understand that it's the confidentiality restriction has been removed. Is my understanding correct, SPS counselor?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on a second. I haven't admitted it or denied it yet. Let me just
Okay, sorry.
before I take a look at what I'm admitting or denying. I look for other things too, not just that it's not confidential. I just want to see how relevant it is, if so. And this certainly seems relevant to me. So the ruling is Sierra Club Exhibit number 9 is admitted into evidence. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as we were discussing about the same time that SPS was conducting the economic analysis that we had been walking through in Exhibit 16, those PVRR tables, the company had also been evaluating transmission reliability issues associated with the different options for addressing the NACS problem out at Harrington. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this particular document identifies, so let's back up 1 second. I'm sorry to take this out of order. I think you said as a result of the economic analysis in Exhibit 16, it's sort of the impetus or the genesis of the company's decision to retire all 3 Harrington units. Is that correct? Or not retire, convert. I apologize.
Could you maybe repeat that one?
Please agree with me on that one. Is that correct? This is.
I am going to have you repeat that one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part. Sorry. So I think as we discussed, the economic analysis, in your view, supported converting all 3 Harrington units to gas. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Although there were some, as we went through, there were some scenarios that showed retirement of at least 1 unit and replacement would be more economic under a few different scenarios, and some the other way, right?
No, again, I all of the scenarios we went through, converting all 3 units to gas and installing solar was the most economical option.
Okay, let's go back and clarify that again, because as part of this case, SPS is not seeking to convert all 3 units and add solar right now. That's not part of this proceeding, right?
Again, this is not a resource acquisition case, so no, we are not.
Okay. Instead, the company is proposing to convert all 3 units to gas.
Yes, correct.
And in that 2019 economic analysis we talked about, there were some scenarios in which retiring 1 unit, converting it into a synchronous condenser, and adding some solar would be more economical than retiring or than converting all 3 units to gas. Is that right?
Purely from an economical standpoint, based on the factors at the time, that is correct.
Okay. And so this Exhibit 9 evaluates some of the transmission issues associated with those different options. And I want to draw your attention to, if you turn to the executive summary, page 2 of 24 of the document, right after the cover page. The third full paragraph there, third paragraph beginning key notable concerns. This is from the Excel transmission division, is that correct? Can you read the first 2 sentences?
Key notable concerns for this study include the dispatch of Harrington. It is concerning that the Harrington units did not make it into the economic dispatch used in the models for this study, leading us to believe that these units may not be dispatched when converted.
Okay. And then if you move a little bit farther down to the last paragraph, the studies, this report summarizes its recommendation. And if you can read, just read out loud, I guess, the 2 sentences beginning with "as a result."
As a result of the wide range of NERC TPL-001-4 disturbances assessed as part of the study, this study recommends the conversion of the Harrington units to synchronous condensers in lieu of retiring the units.
And then go on to the next sentence.
In addition, the megawatt capacity from the Harrington generation should be replaced and relocated to the southwest part of the SPS transmission system to serve the growing load pocket in the area. Equally important is the construction of a new 345 kV transmission path from Potter County to Toke Station.
Okay.
I might have gone a little bit too far there.
Okay. No, I think you're getting at what I'd like to ask you about. In summary, really, this report is suggesting that conversion of all 3 units at Harrington from a transmission reliability perspective is not the ideal outcome. Is that a fair summary?
From a transmission planning perspective, it was my understanding that the transmission group wanted to build a new combined cycle generator to the south side of SPS system and install a new 345 kV line from Potter County to Toke Station. That transmission line alone, if I recall correctly, was $190 million. That is not reflected in our generation economic analysis.
Okay, but so this particular analysis, though, is suggesting that instead of just, I'm not sure I got a correct answer or got an answer. This analysis is suggesting replacing Harrington rather than converting them to get the units to gas. Isn't that right?
Yes, replace them with a new combined cycle generator and installing a new 345 kV line. That is not the same as what is in our economic analysis, to be clear.
Right. I get that. Thank you. So with this in mind, after a little bit of this exercise, I want to come back to the RFI that we had talked about a little bit before. Because we had talked about the scope of the RFI, and let's turn back to, if you could, what we have is Sierra Club Exhibit 14.
Okay, I am there.
Now, just to kind of set the table for what went into this RFI, I'll summarize what we've talked about, and you can disagree with me if you want, but at this point, SPS knows at the time that this RFI is issued that continuing to operate Harrington as it is not an environmentally compliant outcome. It has information from the company's transmission reliability department recommending that the units be replaced and any generation that's needed be placed somewhere else. And third, you have an economic analysis at the same time that is
Mr.
unclear
Smith,
as
I'd rather
to.
you not testify. If you could just break that testimony down into questions for the witness, I would appreciate that.
Okay. I'll take those one at a time. Then I was trying to move it along a little bit more quickly, but point taken. So at this point, when the RFI is issued in September of 2020, the company knows that continued operation of the Harrington units on coal is not feasible. Is that correct?
No, when the RFI was issued on September 9th, it was still possible to operate the units on coal, just not environmentally controlled.
Okay. It would not be economical to continue operating the units on coal at that point, though. You knew that already. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
And at the same time, the transmission reliability department at Excel recommended replacing the generation at Harrington and putting any capacity needed somewhere else.
That was their recommendation, although, as I've stated earlier, it involved the construction of a new combined cycle facility and a new very expensive transmission line.
And we also have, going back again to your economic analysis at the time, the 2019 economic analysis we walked through, that has sort of, say, uncertain recommendations as to what is the most economical outcome. Is that a fair assessment?
Our analysis at the time showed that converting 3 units was the most economical. There was also many other factors that occurred between the end of 19, early 2020, and releasing this RFI in September of 2020.
Mr. Elsie, let's come back to this again, because I want to, I guess I'll try to be more precise. The 2019 analysis showed that converting all 3 units plus adding solar was the most economical at the time. That's correct,
No,
right?
sir.
No, that's not his testimony, actually. He said in the last two charts, I believe, it was not the most economical. Was that your testimony, sir?
Yes, sir. I actually believe I have said in not any of the scenarios is converting 2 units to gas, installing a synchronous condenser, and installing solar at Harrington is never the most economical solution.
Okay.
It is
I'm
always.
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Smith, but when a question is asked and it includes something that's not quite accurate, I'd rather not allow it to proceed to an answer. So I didn't think you asked an accurate question.
Okay, I'll try to
Thanks.
restate the question. I guess all I'm trying to establish here, you would agree though that these 2019 results of the 3 options that we've been going around in circles about, retiring or converting all 3 plus solar, converting 2 with a synchronous condenser, or converting all 3, the economics are very close. Is that correct?
At the time the economic analysis was conducted, that is true. Other factors did change between then and issuing this RFI in September of 2020.
Okay, good. So I guess I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page when we come back and we look at what went into the RFI. The company did have some notion that replacing the generation at Harrington was a preferred alternative in terms of transmission reliability, right?
Again, I've got to disagree with you, sir. That was based on our economic analysis. That does not include the transmission line from Potter County to Tug County.
I'm sorry, if I was misstated, I was being unclear. The transmission reliability report that Excel conducted recommended retiring the units or replacing those units, didn't it?
Again, completely separate analysis. I can't really talk to that analysis. I can just tell you what the recommendation was, and it does not align with our.
And it
Can
does.
I interject? I'm looking at the executive summary in the Sierra Club exhibit number 9, which is, not current, it's old, but it says transmission planning, important 2 words, has completed a study to assess reliability. That was their objective, to assess reliability based on impacts to SPS transmission system as a result of Harrington fuel repowering from coal to natural gas. So they're assessing reliability. It's in the past, and it's an executive summary, but it's from the transmission planning department people. And that's a distinction which I think is perhaps important, not to mention that it's not a current report, and that the testimony of the witness is that there have been changes since 2009. He didn't say till now, 2022 or 2021, but he did say before the RFI of 2020. And it's significant that there were changes subsequent to this limited planning report, executive summary report, where they were assessing reliability through the goggles, if you will, of a transmission planning department, which is slightly confined, if you will. I want these documents to be referred to within the realm in which they exist when we're assessing the meaning of them. I don't want anyone to be misled by if it's not made clear. And that's the only reason I've just made this statement. I try to not get involved in the testimony or the cross-examination, but I'm realizing that some of this testimony and some of even the questions could be misunderstood if you don't have the document in front of your face and you can see the words in black and white. And I realize that a lot of people that are watching this on the YouTube, they don't have the document in front of them, and they could possibly misunderstand what they're seeing. And by the way, this case is only decided on the evidence. That's it. The evidence is before me as you're asking the question and as you're answering the questions. I just want the record to be perhaps more clear. And for those in watching by YouTube that don't have the papers in front of them, a bit more clear for them. Does anybody have any, especially Mr. Smith, you're welcome to respond to what I just said. If you have any comment.
Well,
Okay.
I appreciate your comments. I'm not going to argue with you about it. I think the record itself, the documents that are in the record, can speak for themselves. All I'm trying to establish here with Mr. Elsie is the constellation of facts that he and the company were aware of when they issued the RFI in September of 2020.
Okay.
And what they were trying to accomplish with the RFI. Now, I'm not, the definitive meaning of the documents, if I don't intend, I'll just continue with the examination based on what the company knew at the time and based on the discussion that we've been having. Does that sound good?
Well, like I said, I try to remain hands-off, trier effect. So I will remain hands-off as much as possible. So I'm not going to interject. I'm just going to let you proceed. So go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Okay, I want to come back though. Okay, we'll come back to the discussion about the RFI and the timeline for which SPS was seeking information about potential generation assets. If SPS intended to or wanted to explore the option of retiring all 3 units at Harrington Station by the end of 2024, wouldn't it make sense to seek information about potential generation that could be available by that date?
So again, going back to the analysis we just looked at, the 3 options that you described that were relatively close in cost were convert all 3 units to gas, convert all 3 units to gas and install solar, or convert 2 units to gas and retire 1 unit. In our RFI, it clearly states we were asking for a minimum capacity needs of 500 megawatts beginning in summer of 2023. So you're correct there. We were not at this stage necessarily looking for the replacement of all 3 Harrington units because our economic analysis showed that that was not in the top 3 scenarios.
So at this point in time, you had already determined that retiring all 3 units was not the option.
I refer to it as not
point
in the
in
top
time,
3 scenarios.
Pardon me, I talked over you, sir. You said this point in time. So this
Thank
point
you.
in time was when that IFR was prepared, correct? Mr. Smith, that's what you're asking about?
Thank you, hearing examiner. Yes. So at the time that the RFI was issued in September of 2020, you had already determined that retiring all 3 units was not an option.
That is not what I said, Mr. Smith. I said it was not one of the top 3 economical options.
So if you wanted to maintain it as an option in 2020, wouldn't it make sense to seek sufficient megawatt capacity to actually replace it?
Yes, and I believe the last sentence on that page is the maximum net capacity need is approximately 2,200 megawatts beginning of summer 2025. Therefore, we asked for over twice the size of Harrington the summer after all 3 units would retire.
And just to come back and close this loop, hopefully, having that generation online in the summer of 2025 does not meet the requirements of ceasing burning coal or replacing the units by the end of 2025. the end of 2024, I apologize. Having that, let me rephrase. That 2025 summer date doesn't provide sufficient capacity to replace Harrington, all 3 units at the end of 2024. Is that correct?
Actually, no, that is not correct. Actually, it does. Our plan and reserve margin requirements are based on the summer need. So if you were to retire a generator at the end of 2024, by having the replacement generation online by the summer of 2025 would meet that plan and reserve margin requirement.
Your Honor, if I could just interject a moment.
Sure.
We've been going an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I lose track of it, so I appreciate that. Let's take a break because I told Mr. Lee I would try to take at least 5 minutes every hour, and you're trying to make an honest man out of me. So let's do just that. My computer says 12:33, so see you all in 5 minutes. It should then say 12:30. Well, it says 12:34 now. So I'll see you at 12:39. I know that's not exactly accurate. 5 minutes recess. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Norman.
Mr. Smith?
He's hitting the head. He'll be back in a minute.
I don't have exhibit 9 because it was confidential. If someone could forward that to me.
Mr. Lee, I'll take care of that.
All right, if you could send it today because the transcript will go out tomorrow.
It'll go right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks, for taking care of that. Oh my, people moved around on my screen. This is going to take a reorientation here. Still off the record, Mr. Lee, no problem. Oh. I just ate half of my lunch. I don't know if you guys pulled a similar trick.
That was a deep sigh, Your Honor.
A deep what?
That was a deep sigh coming out of that word.
Geez. A deep sigh. I have to think about that for a minute. Okay, we look like we're all here, and the sooner we start, the sooner we end. Let's go back on the record, Mr. Lee. Back on the record, we just took a 5-minute break. It's about 12:39 or so. We were in the middle of Mr. Josh Smith's, on behalf of Sierra Club's cross-examination of Mr. Elsey. So I apologize to Sierra Club and to Mr. Smith for interrupting with a break. Sometimes things just have to go that way, and we're pushing through lunch, so it's even more important. So please continue, Mr. Smith, with your cross.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Elsey, let's talk about the 2021 Harrington analysis that you conducted and SPS submitted in support of its case in this matter. It is fair to say that that analysis was conducted to evaluate all the different feasible alternatives available to the company to deal with the Harrington issues.
Yes,
Correct.
that's true.
The
Yes.
Harrington issues being the National Ambient Air Quality Standard violations. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
At the time that SPS conducted the 2021 analysis, it's fair to say then that the scenarios involving the continued operation of Harrington on coal are no longer feasible. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Under that analysis, the 2021 analysis, and I guess I'll direct you to table BRE2 of your direct.
Mr. Smith, do you mind giving me a page number?
33. Direct testimony.
Thank you. I'm there.
And this is a similar PVRR table, or this is labeled, the columns are labeled NPV, but this is essentially a similar type table to the one that we were looking at in Exhibit 16. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in this analysis, scenario 6, which is the conversion of 2 units to gas and the retirement of 1 unit for the financial planning financial planning load over the term of the planning period out to 2041 is $5 million is the least cost option. Scenario 6 is the least cost option. Is that correct?
No, sir. I believe you refer to this as the financial load forecast. Table BRE2 is actually the planning load forecast, as shown on the previous page on line 9.
Okay. This is sort of the base analysis that the base case analysis that the independent evaluator also references in its report as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, retiring one unit is slightly more than converting all 3 units for the near term, for the 2022 to 2024 timeframe. You see that there? Is that correct?
Yes, it's $39 million more expensive on a PVRR basis or an NPV basis.
Let's talk about that for just a minute. That difference there assumes that the reason for that increase in cost assumes that the undepreciated balance at the retired unit would be recovered in 3 years. Is that right?
Yes, in this analysis, I aligned the depreciation expense with the dates the units are used in useful.
With the dates,
Are used and useful.
Okay. And so but that $39 or $39 million increase is a short-term impact. It's because of the depreciation. Is that correct?
I couldn't say for sure it was solely because of the depreciation, but I believe it's the largest driver.
Okay. Now, if the commission decided to set the recovery of that undepreciated balance over a longer period, for example, 8 to 10 years, would that reduce? Would that change that number?
All else being equal, it would reduce the short-term impact, but increase the long-term impact.
Okay. And if the costs were recovered through to the current date, 2038 depreciation date for the Harrington units, would that remove the short-term pressure completely?
I don't mean to be argumentative, but just to clarify, the retirement dates of the Harrington or the depreciation dates are 2036 for Unit 1, 2038 for Unit 2, and 2040 for Unit 3.
Okay.
So with that clarification in mind, Mr. Smith, do you mind just re-asking your question?
Yeah, and so I'm glad you brought that clarification up. I believe in the process of this case, SPS or you had identified that if one unit were to be retired, it would most likely be unit number 1. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's the unit with a 2036 depreciation date. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so if those undepreciated costs are spread out over the current depreciation date to 2036, would that remove the short-term impacts to rates associated with retiring the unit early?
Yes, it would remove the short-term impact, but increase the long-term cost of that scenario.
I do want to talk about a little bit more about the company's base scenario. Under the company's base case analysis that you put forward as part of your direct testimony, it is correct that the modeling projects that Unit 1 operates 0 capacity factor for the remaining life of the unit.
Yes, under the very aggressive assumptions we included for renewable energy between 2023 and 2025, that did impact the capacity factor of Harrington Unit 1.
Okay. And likewise, Unit 2, under your base analysis, only operates for between 0% of the time and 1.9% of the time. Is that correct?
If you just give me a second just to confirm the numbers. I don't have the numbers in front of me, Mr. Smith, but that does sound a reasonable range.
Okay. Isn't it also true, though, then that, in fact, for Unit 2 operates up to 1.9% of the time through 2030, and then it actually drops off and doesn't operate at all for the remainder of its life under your base analysis. Isn't that right?
Again, based on the aggressive assumption of renewable energy and installing new combustion turbine generators beyond 2030, that would be a true statement.
Okay. I want to come back to one issue with Exhibit 9. So this modeling that you conducted as part of your base analysis, that as you've indicated, the base analysis, the caveats that you included, the base analysis shows Unit 1 converted does not operate at all for the remainder of its life after it's converted. This was conducted with a modeling platform known as Encompass, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I do want to come back for a moment to clarify something and talk a little bit more about Exhibit number 9. And that was the transmission division's transmission reliability study. Can you pull that back up momentarily?
Okay, I have it.
Okay, so this transmission analysis, if you go to the executive summary in this analysis, the second paragraph beginning the results of this study, you'll see reference in the middle, about the middle of that paragraph, to a software tool called ProMod. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you spell ProMod?
PROMOD. And so ProMod is another market dispatch tool that can be used to model resource portfolios. Is that correct?
It's my experience that ProMod is usually used for transmission planning and not generation resource planning.
But it also does reflect, as indicated in this report, the ability to reflect, quote, a market-based dispatch. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And so going back to the language we talked about before, using this market-based dispatch tool. Well, let me back up. Have you seen ProMod used in resource planning anywhere?
No, sir.
Is it used as a supplement to resource planning?
We have used it in a very limited situation to supplement resource planning.
Okay. Okay. So using this market dispatch based model, as we discussed earlier, one of the key notable concerns in the next paragraph there that the transmission team comes up with is the conversion of all three units aren't economically dispatched. And I'm paraphrasing, leading us to believe that the converted units may not be dispatched when converted. Do you see that sentence?
Can you point us with some specificity, Mr. Smith?
The paragraph beginning key notable concerns.
Yes, I see that.
Thank you.
And according to the transmission team, Excel's transmission team, their concern is that by converting all three units, you might not dispatch the units at all. Is that right?
That's true, but I think we've skipped over a pertinent point. And that is, it says in the paragraph prior to that, as such, new generation was added to these scenario models as part of the ProMod dispatch without the required transmission system upgrades needed for interconnection, since the interconnection is being studied by the Southwest Power Pool. Therefore, the validity of many of the impacts had to be carefully scrutinized. The way I read this, again, I am not familiar with this report. I am not familiar with the details of this report, I should say. I'm not familiar with their analysis, but this does sound like they added additional generation without consideration of the transmission network upgrade costs, which leads me to believe it may have the same result as our analysis, where there's very aggressive assumptions for new generation in the short and long term.
Well, thank you. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I guess all I'm asking you here is, it appears that the ProMod results in terms of lack of dispatch from the converted Harrington units is similar to and consistent with the Encompass modeling results that you ran in 2021.
Again, so without seeing the details of this ProMod run, it's difficult for me to come up with a conclusion as to why. The Encompass analysis, I know exactly why the units aren't running as much as I anticipate. It's hard for me to opine on analysis I am not familiar with.
Okay. I guess I'm not asking you to tell me why it occurred, but just that the two results are consistent.
Limited to this section of this report, then I would agree that's true.
Okay. Let's go back to, let's go back and start and discuss a little bit more of the 2021 analysis. Now, if Unit 1 is retired at the end of 2024, instead of converting it, SPS would not necessarily need to add capacity right away to satisfy its financial planning need. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Let me just get to a table in my rebuttal testimony. And I'm referring to page 55 of my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
As shown in table 3, under our base case assumptions, if we were to retire Harrington Unit 1 at the end of 2024, we would require 106 megawatts of accredited capacity by the summer of 2025.
Okay. But I thought I had asked about the financial forecast. Under the financial forecast, the company would not need to add capacity immediately. Is that right?
Yes, assuming no load growth, then we would have sufficient resources in 2025.
And that would include that covers the 12% reserve margin that SPS is required to obtain in SPP. Is that correct?
Yes, that includes the currently assigned 12% plan and reserve margin. Although there are discussions about increasing the 12% plan and reserve margin in wake of Winter Storm Uri.
Now you mentioned the planning forecast, and that was, I think you indicated there was no load growth. The financial forecast would be the appropriate metric to use. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and if I could maybe clarify my earlier response, little to no load growth. There may be some very small load growth embedded.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. It's accurate to say that over the last 10 years, SPS's load growth has decreased by 2.7%. Isn't that right?
I think that would have been a question better aimed at Mr. Goodenough this morning. It's my understanding that embedded in those numbers may be a loss of wholesale load. So could you clarify if you're referring to retail or retail and wholesale?
Well, I guess I'm just referring to Mr. Goodenough's testimony, in that is his testimony. That
I do not know.
You're not aware of a 2.7% decrease in load growth over the past 10 years?
No, sir. That would have been a question better off from Mr. Goodenough.
In the financial forecast, if Harrington is retired at the end of 2024, I see here on your table that you pointed to on page 55 of your rebuttal, 266 megawatt capacity surplus in 2025, and then a 7% or 7 megawatt capacity surplus in 2026, and then falling to a 2027, rather a 61 deficit in 2027. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the short term, in SPS's resource modeling generally, there is an option, or there is the availability of purchasing short-term capacity. Is there not?
Yes, there is.
So for that, and I think in the past, the company has indicated purchasing up to 100 megawatts of short-term capacity is a possibility.
I'm not sure I refer to it as a possibility. It is a modeling assumption.
Okay. So if you did purchase up to 100 megawatts of short-term capacity, you could cover that 2027 deficit as well.
If the capacity is available, then that could potentially be true. I will add that I believe we model the cost of capacity at around about $26 a kW year, which is more expensive than the incremental cost of converting the third unit. So I don't really see the benefit of doing that.
Okay. Did SPS didn't evaluate? So let me back up to this particular table. Doesn't show SPS's sort of full resource position. And so I just want to look at that for a minute if we can. Can you grab Sierra Club Exhibit 11, please?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And if you turn to what will be the 5th page of that document where the table begins. Do you see this? Do you see that?
Yes, I can.
What is this?
This is what I would refer to as a summarized loads and resources table.
Okay. You're familiar with this document, right?
Yes, I am.
I think you provided this as a discovery response, correct?
Yes, I don't believe I prepared the document, but it was prepared under my supervision. So yes.
Okay. I just want to walk through a couple quick things, or one quick thing here. Part of the reason that SPS's resource position changes in the 26, 27, 28 time period appears to be because of PPAs that are expiring during that period of time, and reflected in that second line from the top. Is that correct?
That is not shown in this table, but yes, that's my general understanding.
Okay, great. Did SPS didn't evaluate in the 2021 analysis the extension of any of those existing PPAs? In other words, SPS didn't evaluate going out and trying to extend those rather than letting them expire. Is that correct?
That is correct. And there were several reasons why we did not. First and foremost, none of those PPAs submitted a proposal in our RFI. So there was no indication that they were looking to extend those PPAs. Secondly, we included in our analysis the option of adding all resources that were considered viable in the RFI. The amount of wind that we included far exceeded the extension of those existing PPAs. And I'll pause there, Mr. Smith, if you have any follow-up questions.
Oh, I don't have any follow-up questions. Thank you on that point. So moving on from there, in your rebuttal testimony, let's go to page, or at page 55 here already. At least that's where I'm looking. In that full paragraph there, you describe Ms. Glick's part of Ms. Glick's testimony, and Ms. Glick had testified that it could be valuable for a retirement of one unit could provide value to the company by allowing SPS time to build new resources and apply for interconnection approval for replacement resources. You expressed concern about that outcome, even though, now let me back up a second. Retirement of one unit doesn't put you in a capacity problem, at least in the financial forecast, until 2027, correct?
That is true, but I do not think it would be prudent resource planning to solely base our reliability on our lowest forecast evaluated.
Okay, but if SPS wanted to, procuring additional resources would be certainly possible by 2027, don't you think?
Not necessarily. I think if you look at the 2017-01 DICES, in Mr. Lee, for your benefit, DICES stands for Definitive Interconnection System Impact Study. That SPP analysis is still going on today. So the 1701 DICES is now 5 years in, and there's been no resolution. It's still ongoing. So if we assume the next queue takes just as long, that would start in 2022, and likely the queue wouldn't even be resolved until 2027. So no, I do not agree that we can assume new resources will be available by 2027.
So you don't think it'd be possible to come up with 61 megawatts of resources by 2027?
Possible, but again, I do not think it's prudent resource planning to retire a generator today based solely on our lower load forecast and an assumption that we could potentially procure enough resources to meet a 61 megawatt accredited capacity need. And just to clarify, 61 megawatt accredited capacity need doesn't necessarily mean we only need 61 megawatts of generation. Renewable generation does not get assigned its own nameplate. So wind generation, for example, only receives approximately a 20% accreditation. So we would need approximately 300 megawatts of wind to get 61 megawatts of accredited capacity.
In that same section of your rebuttal testimony, I open the page to 56. At line 5, you say Ms. Glick completely ignores the potential cost of obtaining interconnection approval for replacement sources. And you discussed those back in section 3. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Glick, you would agree that Ms. Glick evaluated interconnection costs that are consistent with the range that the company evaluated. Is that right?
No, at the time of filing my rebuttal testimony, I believe that to be true. Since Ms. Glick filed the erratas on Friday, Saturday, Monday, I actually believe she excluded all interconnection costs, at least for solar generation.
Okay. Well, let's put a pin in that and we'll talk about that, I guess, when we get to the rebuttal that you're planning to do on Thursday. What I want to get at though is, in this particular section though, you're not talking about that specific issue. Is that right?
No, that's correct. In this section, I'm talking about the potential for overrunning the $400 a kW Ms. Glick claimed to have modeled in her original analysis.
Now, we don't need to go back to it, but you mentioned earlier in your testimony that interconnection costs are now something in the range of $934 per kW. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the 2017-01 DICES, both the first and second phase studies, on average, each project was assigned $934 a kW.
But you didn't include that as a sensitivity in your own modeling, did you?
No, we modeled significantly reduced costs. Again, this represents the aggressive nature of my analysis. I modeled $200, $400, and $600 kW.
And the independent, you'd agree the independent evaluator found that approach to be reasonable. Is that correct?
He found the approach to model the range due to the uncertainty to be reasonable, yes.
Okay.
I would like to make it very clear though that that doesn't necessarily mean $400 a kW is the correct number. They are currently being assigned $934 a kW.
You think, you would agree that your own analysis, which used $200, $400, and $600 was a reasonable approach?
Again, I believe it was an aggressive approach to stress test the early retirement of one or more Harrington units.
Can we go back to page 44 of your rebuttal?
Yes, I'm there.
on this page, you're discussing your response to Ms. Glick's concerns about the low capacity factor at the Harrington units after they're converted, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And specifically at line 10, the question is, do you believe the Harrington units will operate with a capacity factor as low as the projections shown in SPS's 2021 economic analysis? And your
Yes,
response
I
is, no. I believe they'll run more often than shown. There's nowhere in your direct testimony did you express that belief, did you?
No, that's correct. I felt like if it was implied that we were conducting aggressive analysis by including significant amounts of renewable generation between 23 and 2025.
Okay. And then in your rebuttal here, you go on to, I guess, put together an update to the 21-21 update. And you identify and address a few reasons why you believe the units will operate more frequently than the model projected. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
So as an initial matter, flipping back to page 43, you do note reliability concerns. And I believe you say at lines 10 through 12 here, Ms. Glick's concerns are misplaced because utilities have an obligation to provide reliable
Sorry, slow
service.
down and start again. Ms.
Yeah.
Glick's concerns.
Ms. Glick's concerns about reliability are misplaced. Utilities have an obligation to provide reliable service. Right. You see where I am there?
Yes, I do.
I want to talk about two things about reliability here. Again, the company's modeling, which shows that unit 1 operates 0% of the time. That modeling incorporates forced outage rates for different generation units, does it not?
It does for generation units. It does not include forced outage rates for transmission lines specifically, or including the transmission lines between the Southwest Power Pool and the SPS load pockets.
So, but by accounting for forced transmission or forced generation outages, the modeling does incorporate a metric that addresses reliability on some level, right?
On some level, but not the entirety.
And then moving on, secondly, we talked about the company's transmission reliability analysis, that ProMod analysis we discussed a little earlier. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that study, as we discussed, you'd agree, concludes that replacing the Harrington generation units with synchronous condensers would actually provide better transmission support than converting them.
I'm not sure I would agree with the term better. They suggested it as an alternative, but again, I would like to add that that included a new combined cycle generator, in SPS's footprint, which would also provide firm and dispatchable energy.
Okay, well, whether it's a new unit or some other source, the recommendation of the report was to replace those units. Is that correct?
It was to, I do not know the report in great detail. It appears the recommendation is to potentially retire those units, install new combined cycle generation, and a new $190 million transmission line.
Okay. Now, if the units aren't dispatching and aren't operating as the model projects, the units are not exactly providing transmission support, are they?
I'm not sure how many units need to be running for the required transmission support. That's not my field. But it's my understanding our analysis doesn't show all 3 units not running. I think your concern is with unit 1.
Okay. If the units aren't dispatching, they're not providing voltage support to the system. Is that accurate?
That's correct, as modeled.
And in the Harrington case, as you talk about in the rebuttal, you're assuming an 18-hour uptime or ramp up to get those units online. Is that correct?
You gave me 2 different definitions there. We're assuming an 18-hour minimum uptime, not a ramp time.
Okay, what does the minimum uptime mean for your purposes?
Once the unit is started, it is required to run for a minimum of 18 hours.
Okay. And what is the amount of time that it takes to ramp the unit up to get to that point?
I don't know if I have the numbers in front of me. I believe off the top of my head, subject to check, the unit has an approximately a 4 megawatt-ish ramp rate, 4 megawatts per minute, excuse me.
Okay. I want to go back and talk a little bit about the updated modeling that you did in response to Ms. Glick's testimony around the capacity factor issues. That's right around 44, page 44 and 45 and 46 of your testimony. Now, you went back to the model, and if I understand this correctly, you went back to the model and made a couple of adjustments around the assumptions that increase the capacity factor at the units. Is that correct?
Yes, for demonstration purposes, I showed how 2 inputs or changing 2 inputs could change the projected capacity factor of the 3 Harrington units.
Okay. And first, I think you took out, you stated you took out 1,000 megawatts that the company had assumed at the same interconnection. And then secondly, you lowered the minimum uptime from 72 hours to 18 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, we took out 1,000 megawatts of new wind generation.
And then I think on page 46, beginning line 4, third, that paragraph, I take that to mean you changed the assumptions for the minimum uptime for the units.
Yes, sorry, we did that. I was just clarifying that the 1,000 megawatts was wind, but yes, we did. We made those 2 changes.
For the second adjustment, initially you had assumed a minimum uptime of 72 hours. And that was based on the company's Jones Unit 2, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Which I believe you described as the most similar unit to what Harrington would operate like on gas. Is that correct?
I'm not sure we said most similar to how it would operate on gas. I think that the point was it was similar in terms of vintage, in size.
Similar in terms of capacity of fuel use. Is that correct?
Yes,
as well. Okay. SPS didn't provide any technical analysis supporting that change, did it?
It's my understanding that that change was based on the current and existing minimum uptime of Harrington, and that's where that came from.
Okay. Do you recall in a response to discovery, you were asked for all documentation and communication supporting that changed assumption?
No, do you mind pointing me to that discovery question?
Well, I don't have that one marked as an exhibit today. You don't recall the question?
I'm sorry, sir. There was many questions in discovery. I don't recall them all.
But as far as you know, neither Mr. Grant or Mr. Lytle, who are, I take it to be the operational experts, didn't put forward any analysis in their rebuttal on this point, did they?
I don't know for sure. It's my understanding that we just set the minimum uptime to represent the existing minimum uptime of the Harrington units. So I doubt there was any required analysis for that assumption.
Okay. Can I ask, I want to ask one question just because I don't know the answer to it, and it's kind of an interesting one. You took out 1,000 megawatts that SPS had assumed to use at the Harrington interconnection. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So for the purposes of the interconnection, is the capacity allowed through the interconnection, is that determined by the nameplate capacity of the generation or the accredited capacity of the generation?
I can't say for sure whether it's defined as the nameplate, but it would certainly be closer to the nameplate capacity. It is not the accredited capacity.
So the accredited capacity for wind, do you know that off the top of your head?
Yes, it's approximately 20%. And Mr. Smith, sorry to interrupt, I may be giving you a misleading answer depending on where you're going with this. So if I could just clarify. Currently, the Harrington units have an approximately 1,050 megawatt net dependable capacity. So we could install wind generation up to 1,050 megawatts or even more, but at never at any point of time could you inject more than the 1,050 megawatts of energy at that point of interconnection.
Okay. Okay. So you could add more capacity at that interconnection, but you can't dispatch any more than that 1,050 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's true, but because you couldn't inject more than the 1,050 megawatts, you can't also count the accredited capacity of the wind. So you would never count more than
I'm sorry,
thermal
you
generation.
can't also,
Count the accredited capacity of the wind generation.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, just to carry on with my example, for the 1,050 megawatts of Harrington, if you were to also install 1,000 megawatts of wind, you couldn't also count the 200 megawatts approximately of accredited capacity of the wind units.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I appreciate it. Now, going back to the changes that you made, the update, refer to it, the update to the update, I guess. Even with those changes, the modeling is suggesting that Unit 1 operates only 0.5% to 1.8% of the time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and not particularly unusual.
Okay. If the capacity factor at Harrington increases, according to the changes that you've made in the inputs, wouldn't that increased capacity factor also increase overall costs of operating the units?
On an apples to apples comparison, it would increase the fuel costs, the total fuel costs of the Harrington units as you're running them more, but they are dispatched on economics. So you would expect there to be at least an offset and reduction in other units' fuel expense. So that's a fancy way of saying not necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Would it increase the capital costs of maintaining the units?
Again, not necessarily. As Mr. Lido explained yesterday, I guess, that he developed the capital expenditure assumptions before we showed him the results of the analysis. So when Mr. Lido and I's discussions, we assumed a certain level of capacity factor in cycling of those units.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lidle's discussions, we,
Assumed a certain capacity factor and cycling of the Harrington units.
thank you.
Now you changed the minimum uptime for the Harrington units, but you didn't change any of the other inputs, I would take it. Why not also use the Harrington heat rate or other inputs associated with the Harrington current unit?
So I guess I have a two-part answer to that question. First of all, I only changed two inputs as a demonstration of how relatively minor inputs could change the capacity factor. But I'd like you to potentially just re-ask that question on heat rates. I'm not really sure I followed.
Well, so initially you had determined to use Jones 2 as a proxy for how the converted Harrington units would operate. Isn't that correct?
That is true, and I need to check. I believe we used Jones 2 heat rate in the 2019 economic analysis. I thought we used a specific Harrington heat rate in the 2021 analysis. I may be mistaken, but I would need to check.
Okay. In general, would an increased heat rate indicate a less efficient unit?
Yes.
Are there more capital and fixed costs associated with operating a more inefficient unit?
I have never compared CapEx expenditure to heat rate efficiency.
Okay. Just a couple more things. We'll talk a little bit about fuel costs and come to a question that line of questioning I had for Mr. Lytle yesterday around gas price costs or gas prices. During her storm, the winter 2021 winter storm, gas prices spiked throughout most of Texas. Isn't that right?
That's my broad understanding.
And supply to SPS's gas units was interrupted during that event. Is that correct?
Again, my general understanding, but I am not familiar with the specifics. Did your analysis incorporate any assessment of potential for future scarcity events? No, when I conducted my analysis, I considered it two ways. Either there would be gas generation there, or it'd be retired and there would not be gas generation there. So as far as I was concerned, that wasn't a critical input.
A couple final questions. Just very briefly about the independent evaluators report, which I assume you've reviewed.
Yes, I have. Do you mind pointing me through it, please?
Yeah, if you have the direct testimony of Mr. Kujak, I guess it's pronounced.
Okay, I have his direct testimony.
And the exhibit that's attached to that DKK-1. You could flip to that, please.
Yes, I'm there.
I just want to show this to you, something to you briefly. Page 12 of that document.
Yes, I'm here.
And this is a table ranking or reflecting the different stress tests that were conducted for the SPS analysis. Is that correct?
Sorry, when you say page 12, are you on page 12 in the bottom right-hand corner?
I am, yes. Thank you for pointing that out. Page 12 in the bottom right corner, page 14 of 16 of the exhibit itself.
Yes, I'm there.
And you'd agree that under all but two of those stress tests, retiring one unit at Harrington is the quote best scenario. Is that right?
I would agree that's how Mr. Kujak quantified these results. It would not be how I quantified the results.
Okay. And Mr. Kujak also opined that could be a prudent pathway forward. Is that right?
I believe he said scenario 2 and 6 could both be prudent paths forward. Let me just find it.
Yeah, the last paragraph of the report, starting given the relative proximity.
Oh, yes.
And
yes, so purely from an economic perspective, that would be true.
And he indicates that ceasing operations at one unit would not preclude converting that unit down the road. Isn't that correct?
That is what he stated, but I believe him to be incorrect.
Would ceasing operations at one unit, and if SPS were to cease operations at one unit and decide down the road to change its mind and convert that unit, the company would not need to build a new pipeline in that event, would it?
Sorry, just restate that question.
Okay, so if the company moves forward with converting two units and ceasing operations completely at one unit, and down the road decided that it needed to, and it was in the public interest to convert the third unit, it would not need a new pipeline to power that third unit.
So just to clarify, I disagreed with Mr. Kujak's assumption that you could convert that third unit at a later date. But to answer your question directly, the the size of the pipeline is exactly the same for converting 2 units to gas as it is to converting 3 units to gas.
Okay. And so, no, you would not need a new pipeline in that event.
No, what we're asking for today is a pipeline that is sufficiently sized to convert either 2 or 3 units. So really the kind of discussion is just the incremental cost of converting the third unit.
Thank you. Let me check my notes here real quickly. Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all I have for Mr. Elsie. Thank you, Mr. Elsie, for indulging me.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lennon, I hate to interject, Your Honor, but you're on mute.
Thank you very much. I was doing that because I was coughing a little bit earlier. And thank you for interjecting. Mr. Bagatko, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions for Mr. Elsie, but thank you.
Ms. Lynch, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. McMillan, do you have any questions?
Your Honor.
Did you say no?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Sometimes the on and off on the mute aren't synced exactly right. Does anybody plan on calling this witness as part of their case on tomorrow? Mr. Marks, you do? Yeah, of course. You can turn back on.
We
We
I think Ms. Norman needs to do a redirect on him before we can
Oh, I'm sorry.
even consider this
So sorry.
phase done.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Marks. Thanks for keeping track of things. I just want to mention to everyone, it's 1:40. We have not taken a lunch break. Ms. Norman, do you have substantial redirect?
Not substantial, Your Honor, but I do have some redirect.
20 minutes, 1 hour? How much?
Oh, less than 20 minutes.
Well, why don't we do it right now? Is that okay? And thank you, Mr. Marks, again. Ms. Norman, go ahead with your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elsie, do you recall the discussion there at the very end of your cross-examination about the incremental cost of converting all 3 units?
Yes, I do.
And what is that incremental cost in your mind?
It's approximately $2 million upfront capital expenditure.
Okay, and do you recall at the beginning of the cross-examination, there was discussion focused on the contents of the company's RFI?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, there was focus on the year 2024?
Yes.
What do the actual dates in the RFI communicate to potential bidders?
So in resource planning, particularly in the Texas region, we're mainly concerned for planning for our summer peak. So the summer of 2025, from a resource planning perspective, is the same as the end of calendar year 2024. In other words, if we were to retire the Harrington units at the end of 24, we would not need replacement resources until the summer of 2025. And I did say the Texas region, that also applies to New Mexico.
And how would bidders know, or potential bidders know, that those are the relevant timelines?
That would be widely understood in the industry.
Mr. Elsie, you also got some questions focused on the 2019 analysis and some tables that reflected results of the 2019 analysis. And you mentioned that circumstances changed from the time of the 2019 number runs to the issuance of the RFI. What were those circumstances that changed?
There were several external factors that changed. One major factor was the significant decrease in natural gas prices. I believe Sierra Club presented some exhibits yesterday showing the capacity factor of Harrington and how it declined between 2018, I believe, and 2019 and 20. The largest factor of that was because natural gas prices went extremely low cost then. So again, that just strengthened our opinion that converting all 3 units to natural gas was the most prudent solution.
And also related to the 2019 analysis, Mr. Smith focused some of his attention on an option where the company would convert all 3 units to gas and add solar. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So in this proceeding, in the question before the commission, if it approves the conversion of all 3 units to natural gas, could SPS still add solar at a future date?
Yes, SPS could still add solar generation and or wind generation at the Harrington site at a later date.
There was also a fair amount of discussion around retirement of the units being infeasible. Do you remember that word coming up pretty frequently?
Yes, I do.
And when you use the word infeasible, in what context are you using it?
I'm referring to the replacement resources that would be required to replace Harrington and not necessarily the retirement of Harrington itself.
And so in your mind, is the word infeasible a characterization that applies to modeling runs, or is it a characterization that applies more to the real world circumstances SPS has to contend with?
It is very much a real world concern.
In what way?
Specifically in order to obtain replacement resources in the time frame necessary. There's two reasons why that would be a struggle. One is the Southwest Power Pool generator interconnection process. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, that's currently a 4 to 5 year process alone. So just getting resources through the transmission queue could be 6 years, and then add another 2 or 3 years to build, to acquire approval and build the resources. Also, we're living in uncertain times right now. If you look at the
I'm sorry,
impact,
can you start that again? Also,
we're living in uncertain times right now. If you look at the supply chain issues that were a result of the COVID pandemic, some of our neighboring utilities, even without the struggle of the generator interconnection process, are struggling to get resources online in time to meet their planning reserve margin.
And do you know what's contributing to those struggles?
It's my understanding that there's a large part of that is down to supply chain issues, and they are not able to get these solar projects installed in time.
Okay. Mr. Smith also asked you about a reference in your rebuttal testimony at page 43. He had you focus on a statement where you say utilities have an obligation to provide reliable service to their customers each hour of the day, week, month, and year. Does converting the Harrington units to gas meet SPS's reliability needs in the real world?
Yes, absolutely. The Harrington units will be available to be dispatched any minute of the year.
And how does that work in the context of this transition to renewables under the ETA?
That provides us huge benefits. I think it's kind of widely accepted that there is a need for firm and dispatchable resources. If you just continue to add solar generation or wind generation, that's fine during hours where the wind is blowing or the sun is shining, but you still need those resources to be able to provide adequate power to serve load in all hours of the day. By converting the Harrington units, that allows us to continue to provide that extremely important reliability through 2036, 38, and 2040.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity for a redirect. I don't have any additional questions right now.
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry I forgot about you. Within the scope of that redirect, Mr. Smith, do you have questions?
I just have a couple things to follow up on. Yes, Your Honor. You said on redirect that the converted Harrington units would be available to dispatch any minute of the year. You recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
But the converted Harrington units are not exactly the most nimble of generation resources, are they?
Can you define nimble?
Well, we discussed earlier, I think there's a ramp rate. And if you could refresh my recollection as to what it was, something 4 megawatts per minute or something?
Per minute,
that nature?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so if there is a generation need on the system above 4 megawatts, which is not very much, the converted unit does not provide that generation at any minute, does it?
And just to clarify, there are 3 Harrington units all capable of ramping up 4 megawatts per minute. But yes, that 12 megawatts per minute, over a 10-minute period would be 120 megawatts.
Okay.
That's better than not having the Harrington units in place.
Okay. There are other generation resources in particular. I'm thinking of battery resources that come online faster than 4 megawatts per minute. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's battery resources and also combustion turbines.
Okay. You talked with Ms. Norman about your understanding of feasibility. And as I understood the conversation, sort of the real world, you don't believe that retiring the 3 units at the end of 2024 is really a feasible outcome because there aren't enough generation assets to replace them. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it would be infeasible to acquire 5,000 megawatts of wind or over 2,000 megawatts of solar to replace the Harrington units in just 3 years.
And just to go back and reiterate at this point, installing pollution controls at the units is also infeasible.
At this point, I'm not familiar whether the written agreement can be overruled, but it's my understanding that that's a commitment the company has made.
And I believe in your rebuttal testimony, you testified to the effect that retiring 2 units is also infeasible given the amount of capacity that would need to replace them. Is that correct?
Can you point me to that in my testimony?
Let's just talk about the capacity shortfall then that we talked about before in Exhibit 11, Sierra Club Exhibit 11.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. I'm not sure how the capacity tables in Sierra Club Exhibit 11 relate to the real world feasibility of obtaining replacement resources.
Well, I'm just I'll try to get at it a different way. I thought that might be a quicker way to do it, but if you want to do it the longer way, I'll try that way. If you retired.
For me, could you explain what part of the redirect examination you're referring to?
The feasibility of the different options that are on the table for the commission.
Okay. I got 11 in front of me. Go ahead.
And so if you were to retire 2 Harrington units at the end of 2024, the less Harrington row would essentially double. Is that right?
Approximately, that is correct.
Yeah, and so you'd have, instead of a 7 megawatt surplus in 2026, you'd have what, something like a 333 megawatt deficit. Is that correct?
Close enough.
Yeah, I'm enumerate, so I apologize. In any case, I think you testified earlier that adding that quantity of resources would be difficult at best.
Yes, I believe I've heard it too. Is extremely challenging.
So extremely challenging. And so really there are only 2 feasible alternatives available to the commission, aren't there?
I believe that we have suggested, or we've conducted analyses going back to 2019 that examined more feasible options. But as we stand today,
that examined
additional feasible options. But as we stand today, it would be extremely challenging to replace all 3 Harrington units by the end of 2024.
Mm-hmm. And again, you said you evaluated different options earlier, back to 2019, and just to put a fine point in, as it stands today, as a practical matter in the real world, the commission has 2 options. And one is to allow the company to convert all 3 units, or allow it to convert only 2. As a practical real world scenario.
As a practical real world scenario, I would agree that the commission can decide whether to install the pipeline and convert 3 units, or install the pipeline and convert 2 units. The incremental cost difference being approximately $2 million.
$2 million. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And those options are a function of the limited time the company would have to do anything else. Is that correct?
No, sir. They are the result of our 2019 economic analysis that shortlisted those 3 options, or those 2 options, excuse me, the 3 scenarios we looked at.
Yeah, but in terms of, we went back to what you said on redirect in terms of real world practical outcomes. The options to to convert all 3, or just to convert 2, those are the only practical options because of the limited time available to do anything else. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would also, just to clarify, say in 2019, we would have had the same issues to replace all 3 Harrington units. In fact, I would even go back prior to 2019 and say we are still evaluating the 2017 01 DICES. So replacing all 3 Harrington units is always going to be extremely challenging due to the amount of renewable resources you would need to do that.
Thanks. That's it. That's all I have. Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elsie.
Well, thank you, and Mr. Smith. Does this conclude Mr. Elsie's testimony for today? Okay,
Your Honor,
Ms. Norman.
at the risk of belaboring things, could I just ask some additional redirect within the scope of Mr. Smith's questions?
You know, this falls on more knowledge is better than less, and I always go with more. I'm going to give him an opportunity to recross if you do that. So I just want to let you know, sure, if you have something within the scope, let's keep on narrowing it down. Go right ahead.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Mr. Elsie, Mr. Smith just asked you about whether there's really just 2 options. Remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
The option the company is seeking approval of to convert all 3 units, is it feasible?
Yes, it is.
Is it cost effective?
Yes, it is.
Does it meet the reliability needs of the utility?
Absolutely.
Will it allow you to serve customers in the summer
Yes, it will.
and in the winter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Smith, within the scope.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, so does Ms. Norman, will that conclude his testimony for today?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I think so too. And he was our last witness for today. And thank you very much, Mr. Elsey. It was enlightening. And I think I said you were British. I think that includes Ireland. Are you Irish?
No, sir, I'm actually English.
Okay, well, I had a guess there. Some of the different parts of England sound a little bit different, I found. Anyhow, I don't think we're going to call any witness, but I think you guys haven't stopped, or you're not finished work for the day, correct? You're going to have a meeting among everyone? The reason I'm asking is I have an idea. You can use this same Zoom meeting. There's no restrictions on who can join this Zoom meeting if you have the link. And you could, I could leave you in peace. Mr. Lee could excuse himself to do his work. And you guys could either now remain hooked up. We'd have to I can turn off the YouTube feed, the YouTube stream, and you could continue discussion. Or I think you could even relink later in an hour or so, as long as I leave it running. Will that be helpful to you for your meeting? Mr. Marks, looks like you've got something to say.
Well, yes, the SPS attorneys and Sierra Club conferred, and I think we believe we've got our issues resolved, other than we haven't been able to resolve the substantive disagreement in the case. But we're wondering what do you need us to confer more about?
Well, if I recall correctly, we did not this afternoon proceed right to the next witness to leave the afternoon open for communications directly between the parties regarding proceeding further. Things change quickly in this business. Maybe since we made that agreement, we don't need the afternoon anymore. Matter of fact, that raises an option. If you guys want to take an hour for lunch and then come back, we can go straight to the next witness. Even though that wasn't the original, what was it called? Agreed?
Stipulated.
No, you had an agreed request.
Oh, agreed. I would have to, Mr. Lynn, I can check with Ms. Glick if she's available, but I think this goes to whether SPS is, Ms. Elsey's been on the stand all day. Whether, I'll just defer to SPS.
Okay, so you don't have Ms. Glick standing by ready to.
I may or may not, but I don't know that let's hear from them first if they're ready to proceed.
Okay, well, it's 2:00 p.m. If we took an hour break until 3 o'clock, which would not be unreasonable, that would give us about 2 hours. Will Ms. Glick's, I think Ms. Glick's testimony is going to take longer than 2 hours. Don't you agree, Mr. Marks?
No,
No.
I mean, I'm not examining her, but,
Well, I'm thinking of all the
I-
cross-examining and all that stuff. Any,
Examiner Lennon, if I might there,
sure.
you know, part of the reasoning behind the agreement that I believe Sierra Club and SPS reached on order was to give SPS some time to evaluate the changes in the errata testimony of Ms. Glick. And
Right.
so in our view, having been in hearing for the past 2 days straight and having gotten some of that errata on Monday, we still believe while we may have communication with Mr. Marks this afternoon, we still believe we need this afternoon to help fully understand and prepare for her cross-examination tomorrow. So we would request that we keep the schedule that we've agreed to and start in the morning. I think we'll have 2 substantive witnesses tomorrow. I don't believe SPS is going to have a lot of questions for Mr. Sidler. So it really will be Ms. Glick, Mr. Sidler, and then Mr. Elsey.
Okay. As planned. And Mr. Smith and Mr. Marks, you have no problem with proceeding as planned, right?
no, and
Right.
that's what I was getting at, Mr. Lennon, that I believe that that we didn't need the afternoon, but SPS needed the afternoon free to have at least some free time to get prepared for tomorrow. We're certainly, as they said, we're available to consult with them. We're available should any CCAE or Oxy or staff wish to get any clarification, or we're available for that as well. But I think we actually need to leave SPS alone for a few hours.
Okay. Mr. Lee, have you continued transcribing this discussion? And I don't have a problem with it if you have.
Yes, sir.
I think we knew it was a yes. By how long it took you to answer yes, because you were transcribing. Appreciate that. So with everyone's permission, we're going to go into recess until tomorrow morning. Is that good? Okay, wonderful. I see all affirmative responses.
Yeah.
9 o'clock is good for everyone, right?
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
Your Honor.
As planned. I'll see everyone here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We're now in, well, actually, it's continuing the hearing to the next day. So the hearing is thereby continued. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Marks. Oh, he's gone. It's okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for putting up with all this stuff.
No worries, Judge.
You're amazing, actually. You don't even have to know this stuff and you have to listen to it all. It's amazing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have a good day. I'm stopping the